Inter-University Council for East Africa. It's available on YouTube. You can download and listen to the whole history of the establishment of the East African Common Higher Education Area, particularly culminated with the declaration of the East Africa as a Common Higher Education Area by the heads of state on the 20th of May 2017. That documentary will continue to play. I just want to make a quick announcement that for those who have entered in, our Wi-Fi is available. You search for SPH. You select that HPH and the password is open, so you will log in automatically. And you can then enjoy the internet services. I also want to inform you that this forum is going to be broadcast live in all our IUCA social media channels, on X, on Facebook, and on YouTube. So you may also want to inform your colleagues in the higher education institutions, in your organizations. They can log in and they can follow the proceeding live. I have been reliably informed that our chief guest is ready to come to this room. He has received the briefing, and so in a few minutes they will be walking in. And when they walk in, we shall rise up together, welcome them. They'll take their seats in the front, and we will remain standing for the anthems. The national anthem of the Republic of Kenya. We shall have the East African Community Anthem, and we shall have the IUCA prayers, and after that, the program will proceed. I thank you very much for listening, and let's get set to receive our guest of honor and to start our forum. Thank you very much. Our chief guest would like to welcome you to the 13th East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum. I invite them to come over to the height or to the platform. Now that they have tested their seats, I'm going to request them now to rise as we start officially with the anthems. We are going to start with the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya.
O God of all creation,
we are going to have the IUC prayer. Can I request our Vice President of the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network to lead us in the word of prayers.
Let's pray. Almighty God, the source of all wisdom and knowledge, we thank you for bringing us safely together to deliberate on issues and matters that are important for educational growth and development in East Africa. We pray that you inspire the chairperson to lead diligently and guide the members throughout this meeting. Grant the members wise understanding of matters to be considered, and may all that we discuss contribute towards to the noble cause of building the strengthening of the Inter-University Council of East Africa and the unity of East African countries for your glory. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. We may now take our seats. Our chief guest, the Principal Secretary, the State Department for Higher Education and Research, Ministry of Education of the Republic of Kenya, here ably represented by Mr. Frederick Ndambuki, the Executive Secretary of Inter-University Council for East Africa, Professor Gaspard Banyankimbona, the Chairperson of the Board of the Commission for University Education Kenya, Professor Chacha Nyegoti Chacha, the Commission Secretary, CEO of the Commission for University Education Kenya, Professor Mike Kuria, the Regional Director for the German Academic Exchange Services, Dr. Dorothy Weila, the Program Manager of Obrel Global, based here in Kenya, Madam Opio Okwiri, the President of the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network, IACAN, Professor Paul Nzioki, distinguished delegates from the different East African countries, distinguished delegates from countries outside the East African region here present, distinguished participants, members of the IACAN fraternity, our presenters, speakers, panelists who are here present with us, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the media is also here with us. All protocol is observed. My name is Professor Michael Mawa, Head of Quality Assurance and Qualification Framework at the Inter-University Council for East Africa. I am honored this morning to serve you as the Master of Ceremonies for today, and I take this opportunity to welcome you to the 13th East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum, a forum that is being held in this serene environment of Safari Park. We are gathered here for three major reasons. One, we are gathered here to celebrate 13 years of dedicated space for regional engagement on matters of quality assurance in the higher education landscape. The first of this forum was held here in the city of Nairobi in May 2011. Our chief guest, we are pleased to come back to Nairobi and to hold the 13th forum. We are also gathered here to collectively reflect and dialogue on matters of higher education quality assurance on the theme of advancing quality of higher education through international cooperation, networking, harmonization, and integration. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also gathered here to network, to collaborate, and to build partnerships in advancing quality of higher education in East Africa and beyond. Our chief guest, allow me to introduce the participants, so the delegates who are here gathered for the 13th East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum. We are joined also by many who have joined virtually, and they are following the proceeding live as we proceed. First and foremost, our chief guest, allow me to recognize in a special way our guests who have come from outside the East African region. May I invite them to all rise and we recognize them. All delegates from outside the East African region would like to request you to rise up and we recognize you. Can we give a hand of applause? Pablo, you can rise up. We give him an applause. We are also joined here, our chief guest, by delegates from all the 8 East African partner states. We have delegates from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I've been reliably informed that many of them will join us on Wednesday. We are joined also by delegates from the Republic of Burundi, and may I invite all the delegates from the Republic of Burundi to rise up for recognition. We are joined here also by delegates from the Republic of Rwanda. May I invite all the delegates from Rwanda to rise up for recognition. Our chief guest, we are joined also by delegates from the Federal Republic of Somalia.
Hello.
And may I invite all delegates from Somalia to rise up. I have been informed that the many delegates from Somalia will join us on Wednesday for the high-level dialogue event. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the delegates from the Republic of South Sudan, and may I invite all the delegates from the Republic of South Sudan to rise up for recognition. Our chief guest, we are also joined by delegates from the United Republic of Tanzania, and may I invite all of them to rise up for recognition. Our chief guest, we have delegates from the Republic of Uganda, and may I invite all the delegates from the Republic of Uganda to rise up. Ugandans have their own way of being welcomed. We recognize your innovation and creativity. Our chief guest, we are joined by delegates from the Republic of Kenya. May I invite all the delegates from the Republic of Kenya to rise up for recognition. Thank you very much. So our chief guest, these are the representatives from the different EAC partner states, and also from our partners outside the East African region who have joined physically here and online to follow the proceeding of the 13th East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite the president of the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network, Professor Nzioki, to formally welcome us to this forum. Professor Nzioki.
Thank you very much, Professor Michael Mauer. The chief guest, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education and Research, Ministry of Education, ably represented here by Mr. Frederick Dambuki, the Executive Secretary, Inter-University Council for East Africa, Professor Gaspard Banyakimbona, the board chairman, Commission for University Education, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha, the Commission Secretary and CEO, Commission for University Education, Professor Mike Kuria, our development partners that are here present, represented by the German Academic Exchange Services, DAD, Regional Director, Dr. Dorothy Miller, the President of Braille Global, who is ably represented here by the Program Manager, Apio Okwili, the Vice Chancellors who are present, Deputy Vice Chancellors present, our eminent speakers and panelists, members of IACAN, the Quality Assurance Directors who are here with us, and those that are online, the academicians and researchers who are present, staff of IUCA and Commission for University Education, all invited guests from and participants from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a lot of pleasure and great honor to stand before the guest of honor today to give my welcoming remarks during the 13th East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum that starts today and ends on Thursday, the 12th September 2024. The guest of honor, the theme of this forum is advancing quality of higher education through international cooperation and networking, harmonization and integration. And therefore, this theme was carefully selected, being that we are seeing a lot of mobility of staff and students. We need to cooperate in research, in teaching as universities. We cannot afford to be silos, and therefore this theme is really, was rightly selected. Our guest of honor today, on behalf of the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network, which we normally refer to as IACAN, I wish to welcome all participants to Nairobi, participants from East African Community member states, and those that are coming from outside East Africa. And with your permission, our guest of honor, allow me to give a brief description or synopsis of who IACAN is, in brief. In 2007 and 2008, the IUCA, the DAD, German Rectors Conference, East African partner states and national commissions and councils selected and trained 45 quality assurance practitioners from this region. These were selected and nominated by the vice chancellors, and DAD made the selection. I'm happy to report myself and Professor Mike Kuria were in that first cohort, and quite a number of us were here, and also Professor Michael Mawa. The training of these practitioners was part of the building capacity to strengthen quality assurance systems within our universities in East Africa. And that one has actually been achieved. We have already set the framework for quality assurance in all universities in East Africa. All the universities in East Africa are required to come up with policies of quality assurance, set offices of quality assurance, and therefore we don't have that, those small pockets now that are not coordinated anymore. The framework has given us that. In 2010, our chief guest, the trained practitioners expressed the need to the IUCA of formation of a network that would bring us together, purposely for promoting quality practices within our universities and enhancing the quality assurance culture within our universities. This was actualized in 2012, and the network was officially formed, established, and registered in Kampala, Uganda. And we are based at the IUCA. Thank you, Executive Secretary, for hosting us. Since then, our chief guest, IACAN, in conjunction with our strategic partners, of course, our father, who is IUCA, DAD, who really supported the formation, and many others, including O'Brien Global, who is here with us, and national commissions and councils, has organized these kind of forums every year. We have been doing them on an annual basis. We have been presenting research papers, and these research papers have been published. We do it on rotational basis, and this time round, it is the Kenyan time to host it. Last year, we were in Bujumbura, and that is where we held our forum. IACAN, our chief guest, has also established national chapters within our member states. So each country within East Africa has the national chapters, and that's what you see the MC is introducing. We are in the process of now establishing a chapter in South Sudan. Soon we are going to work with Somalia also to establish a chapter there. And the Sudan one is at the very advanced level. Our chief guest, IACAN supports and complements the national commissions and councils in assuring and enhancing quality of teaching, learning, and research in our institutions. And therefore, our members have been engaged a lot in making sure that we give quality education within the region. And therefore, I want to applaud them for that. Our chief guest, our mission is basically to promote, enhance, and improve quality of higher education in East Africa. We implement the practices that have been set because the engagement with DAD and IUCA gave birth to volumes, we call them volume 1 up to volume 5 of quality assurance. And those ones have been domesticated in our national councils and also commissions. And we have been assisting in implementing those ones. Our guest of honor, I want to conclude. And as I conclude, kindly allow me to recognize two main teams that has made this particular forum possible. I want to first recognize the executive members of IACAN. Kindly stand for purposes of being recognized by the chief guest. Those are the executive members, and they are borrowed or they are coming from different countries within East Africa. We also do rotational presidency. This time round it is in Kenya. Thank you very much. The second team that I want to recognize is the 13th Forum Organizing Committee that was led ably by Professor Michael Mawa. Kindly let us stand for recognition. The committee that organized this. Yeah, the committee had representation from IUCA. Actually, the chairman was from IUCA. I was co-chairing with him. We had the commission through the deputy commission secretary and also Lynette, and also members of the executive of IACAN. And they have done a good job. Thank you very much. As I sit down, our chief guest, I again welcome all of us to Nairobi. Feel free. Nairobi is okay. Nairobi is safe. Spend some few dollars before you leave so that you can build the economy. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much, the President of the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network, Professor Nzioki, for those opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our development partners to make brief statements to us. May I take this opportunity to invite the representative of O'Brien Global.
Good morning. Do you hear me?
Just a minute, Roman. Thank you so much, Professor Michael Mauer. My president was able to join us online, so he'll give a speech online. So let's give him a chance. Professor Ramon, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm very sorry that family and health reasons do not allow me to be with you this week in Nairobi. This is why I feel so honored by the invitation we have received to participate in this opening session. There will be the opportunity to address you in other sessions on Wednesday, for example. And furthermore, Obreal Global, the Association of Universities and University Associations that I have the honor to preside, is very aptly and much better represented here by an African, an East African, Ms. Apillo Ogviri, than it would be by myself. I want only to share with you two ideas. The first idea is that Obreal Global's collaboration with EACAN and the Inter-University Council for East Africa, UCA, and with the East African community as a whole, does not take place only in the framework of HACWA, the EU-funded project that we lead together with the Association of African Universities, the German DAV, and the European Association of Quality Agencies, but goes beyond HACWA. Our Memorandum of Understanding with EACAN is not limited to HACWA activities. This is the first idea. And the second idea is that Obreal Global is not in Africa to teach Africans, to give ideas, to promote recipes produced in the North, but to help you Africans to think from an African perspective into African solutions to African problems. This is the meaning of our interregional dialogue, South-South-North, that arrives to the North but begins in the South. And from this perspective, we understand that the solutions to African problems must combine the two perspectives, the continental one and the regional one. And we are very aware that the regional economic community that has advanced more in the area of higher education is the East African community and all its institutions. So, you know where we are. We are willing to help as much as possible and within our possibilities. And that being said, I leave the representation of Obreal Global in your forum to Ms. Apillo Ogviri, whom you have already seen in other opportunities and also now just 2 minutes ago. Again, thanks very much for allowing me to address you online. Good work. I'm sure that this week will be fruitful for East African higher education. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ramon, the president of Obreal Global, for those remarks. We appreciate, and you have heard the round of applause that the delegates here have given you. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, our chief guest, it's my honor now to invite our long-term partner, the German Academic Exchange Services, DAD, who is ably represented here by the regional director, Dr. Dorothy. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mike, for the nice introduction. Good morning, everybody. Dear guest of honor, Mr. Frederick Nambuki, here replacing the Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education and Research, Ministry of Education in Kenya, Dr. Beatrice Muganda, dear Professor Gaspar, Executive Secretary of IUCA, dear Professor Mike Correa, Executive Secretary of the Commission of University Education here in Kenya, dear Professor Chacha, old friend of DAD and chairperson of IUCA, dear Professor Paul, President of the East African Quality Assurance Network, dear represented VCs, DVCs, members of this network, practitioners, participants, experts, a very warm-hearted welcome from the side of the German Academic Exchange Service to this 13th annual meeting of the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum, a very, very long name, also known as EQUAM. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you here, and I think it's already kind of a tradition, as we learned that is since 2012 now, that you as practitioners, researchers, academics, gather with a goal to discuss the possibilities of interaction in this network, and mainly to ensure that the quality of the academic higher education systems in your region is still performing. For those who do not know the DAD that well, also I assume that most of you are familiar with the German Academic Exchange Service. Let me briefly introduce the DAD as an organization of the German higher education institutions and their student bodies, with the main goal to support internationalization in higher education systems worldwide. And I have the honor here on the ground, so I moved in January, to support this idea here in the Eastern African region, not only by supporting individuals. I think that is well known, that the DAD mainly is offering scholarships on an individual basis, for masters, for PhD, full-time, part-time, also for research stay, for summer schools, for joining conference, etc. So that is one pillar. But the other pillar is also well known in this region, that we support the cooperations between higher education institutions in Germany and abroad, worldwide, but also very incentive here in this region. I'm very proud to mention the DAD, Centers of African Excellence, for example, which we are supporting now for more than 15 years, and there are also altogether 5 in the East African region. But that is not all. Of course, capacity building is the third pillar, and the first pillar is that the DAD is mandated to run the support and the scholarship programs from the European Union. I come to this back later on. Mentioning capacity building, we did not this journey alone. So it was already mentioned before that during the last 20 years, the main partner here in the region for doing so was the Inter-University Council for EAC, for which I'm very, very grateful. And I really want to thank at this point for this trustful cooperation for almost 2 decades now. The collaboration between the DAD and the IUCA has the common goal to enhance the quality and management of higher education in East Africa and to harmonize the programs. By doing so, I think we follow a common picture. That is the easy access to higher education programs within the EAC and a common recognition as well as increasing numbers of mobility of students, of course, but also of staff within the EAC partner states, but also beyond. And furthermore, this activities and this engagement will facilitate mobility and exchange in our programs, and thus further will contribute to the internationalization of our partner universities within the EAC and beyond. Now coming to this event, if we talk about all the achievements of the last 20 years in the different perspectives where IOCA was active so far, it's of course crucial also to talk about sustainability and about how to gain and how to keep this level or even improve it. So that means that of course if we want to reach this goal, we have to reflect on on very different aspects, and that is what you, when I followed up your program correctly, are doing during the next days. Just to mention 2 points which came into my eye as a very important topic, what is currently discussed. The challenge and opportunities of using technology and artificial intelligence in higher education, as well as the question of inclusivity of higher education as a very, very important topic from my perspective. And of course, to make the programs of the different institutions accessible, the question of credit transfer systems. These are only 3 of really a whole of topics you have to reflect the next day on. But I think all of them are really valuable to reach the common goal. We therefore, as DRD, we very much welcome these activities of this network, and that this platform, I think from my perspective, is the only one in this sense enabling people like you to interact with each other in this common approach. Not only representatives from Eastern Africa, but also beyond, as we learned. So I think that is really remarkable. That now brings me to another aspect, what I want to mention and inform you about, that this year, this meeting is combined with another event, which we as DRD are proud to announce here, or also happy to announce here. I already mentioned the EU programs where the DRD is mandated to run with the combination of the German institutions of higher education. And I want to announce that parallel, starting with Wednesday, an EU Erasmus Plus meeting is taking place here in this hotel, so just next door in the other seminar room. And the goal of this meeting was or is to support the interaction and the collaboration between German institutions of higher education with this region. That means we are expecting 30 representatives of German universities who followed a call in order to come here, to interact, to find partners that really want to make use out of the Erasmus Plus program. On the other hand, you will meet other representatives from Eastern African University, I have to be correct because we have of Ethiopians with us. And this is a kind of, on one hand, matchmaking workshop which will take place, but also, and that is why I announce it here so particular, it's also an information session. So that means we expect guests, colleagues from the DAD in Bonn who are running this Erasmus Plus programs, and they're coming over also to inform what is to be known, how to apply, and how to make use out of it. So that is why we thought that it would be a good idea, and thankful IOCA and also the organizers of this meeting agreed, and it was not easy, but on Thursday we have the opportunity to meet all together in order that you can participate at the information sessions as well as we'll have the opportunity to matchmake with these colleagues in the breaks, of course, and also in the evenings. Having said this, I think the only thing I want to add is that I'm really thrilled and excited about that, what I just mentioned, so that it really becomes true what a colleague of mine, she's sitting there, so it's my deputy director, knowing this region quite well, she mentioned this approach to combine this quality assurance workshop together with information and matchmaking event next door. And the first, when she said to me, well, let us try, I said, oh my goodness, so many people. But now I really look into your faces and I feel the spirit here and of the internationalization of the participants. And I think that is really, really a good opportunity. And I hope that it will bring fruits, so to say, not only the low fruits. Sometimes we really have to reach a bit up and have to establish collaboration step by step. But as I said, feel invited also to the other event. For now, I really wish all of you a very, very successful discussion here. I thank the organization team to make this possible, and once more, of course, the hosts, Sir Mike Correa from the Commission of University Education, our chief guest, that nice and unique platform here is taking place. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the Director of DAD. Thank you very much, the Deputy Director, for the matchmaking. This is a very unique approach, so it's you are playing a very key role of helping us to marry. So as we interact in the next 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday, we are actually going to interact with the universities and higher education institutions from Germany, and that is where the marriage of collaboration will begin for future projects. Thank you very much, DAD, for that initiative. Our chief guest, allow me at this point to welcome and invite our host, the Commission Secretary for Commission for University Education Kenya, Professor Mike Correa, to officially welcome us here also and to make his remarks. Professor, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Mawa. The chief guest, Mr. Frederick Dabuki, representing the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Education, the Chairman, Commission for University Education, Professor Chacha Nyagoti Chacha, the Executive Secretary, IUCA, my brother Gaspard, Prof. Sometimes we don't remember to give each other titles, we just call each other by names. The Director DAD, Dr. Dorothy Weiler, Opio Query, representing the President of Obria Global, our keynote speaker and Deputy Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, my good friend, Professor Idris Rai, the President of the East African Quality Assurance Network, Professor Paul Nzioki. I think I could go on with these things for too long. Can I just say all protocols observed? Thank you very much. I appreciate. I have got good news for you. I don't have a speech. Well, that also comes with bad news, because it means that I have to talk out of my heart, and I might, go all over the place. But let me try by just making a few remarks. The first one, I want to welcome every one of you to Nairobi, ladies and gentlemen, especially those who are coming from outside Kenya. Maybe some of those coming from Kenya, but also coming from outside Nairobi, you also need welcome. Karibuni. I want to let you know that when you're in Nairobi, if you walk around, you have a microcosm of Kenya. So you can just make sure you interact with as many people as possible. You will have interacted with a lot of Kenya. So please do that. I am tempted sometimes to tell people that, yeah, Nairobi is one of the greatest cities in the world to be in. I know some of you might not believe that, but just tell me which other city where you can do a game drive. If that is not great enough, just come and see me later. I'll give you a few more ideas. The second thing I want to say, I am glad that we are hosting this, and I'm really blessed that this particular forum is hosted during the time when I am executive secretary of the Commission for University Education. Sometimes here we call it Commission Secretary, all those names. But I'm glad that I am holding that position at this time when we are coming here for this particular occasion, because it's really a special time. Some of you might not know, but actually Iyakan was born in Kenya. I know that my good friends from Burundi and from Uganda, they're always quarreling about which is the source of the Nile. But I want to say to this once and for all, Iyakan was actually born in Kenya. He may have been registered in Uganda, but he was born actually in Kenya. Professor Mao will tell you that actually the first bank account for Iyakan was opened here in Nairobi at KCB, and he and I were signatories. So he was actually born here. But the other thing actually, when he was being born, is because DAD was here, and there was a gentleman called Christoph Hansard. And we had a meeting, and in that meeting, he came up, he said, there needs to be a network. And I really do want to appreciate this particular process. And Dorothy, I want to just ask that when you see our colleagues in Germany, you know, all of them, from Christoph Hansard, Helmut Bumbasch, Beata, and yourself now, I really just want to ask that you pass our appreciation, because I like the model that DAD used. If those who are there remember, like Margaret, for example, I'm sure you remember, Kosam will remember as well. You remember that Christoph argued that we need to have a system of making sure that this entity is sustainable, and QA in the region is sustainable. And one of the ways to do that was to make sure that we started with very high funding from the DAD, and we started coming down and raising the other funding from within to make sure that this becomes sustainable. And therefore, I'm not surprised that nearly 20 years later, Iyakan is still going. I think this is really good. I also want to really appreciate the fact that since then, the process has been empowerment. That's the reason why you see many of us mentioned here are holding certain positions in higher education in the region, and I think it's because of the model that was used at that particular time. One of the architects, although we don't mention them a lot, but one of the architects of that particular process is actually here, with Professor Chaja. Is going to come and speak to you immediately after this. And he, with a lady that was called Gabrielle von Wicks, that one. Yes. And please do pass our regards to her. Yes. But they were thinking about the whole of this particular process. And that, I think, became very useful. With the likes of Professor Mayunga Nkunya, those of you from Tanzania, it was capacity building and empowerment, just to make sure that we are in charge of what happens in higher education in the region. I think this is really critical, ladies and gentlemen. Because if we don't do that, then we don't get to impact and to resolve issues that affect us directly, and we are at the forefront of doing this. So I really, really appreciate that model. And you can see that evidence in the scholarship that you've just mentioned, the in-country scholarships. In my view, that is also an expression of faith in the education system in this country and in the region. And I think that only happens because we began to improve the quality of education in the region through this particular system. So I really want to appreciate that, and thank you very much. But let me also appreciate IUCEA. Kosam and Professor Mawa here will remember there was a time there was a bit of, we're wondering, what is IACAN? How does it sit, where does it sit in that particular process? And we had to make a lot of argument and cases to make sure that IACAN remains an important part of IUCA. And I want to thank my good friend, Professor Gaspard Banyankibona, that even after he came, long after, I know that he was involved at some stages because he was in the higher education sector for very many years, but he could have come and said, I don't know this anymore. But he didn't. Instead, he supported this particular process, and so I'm glad that you're here. Please give him a round of applause. Yeah, that's good. Be nice to him. I need him to be nice to me. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, let me just appreciate the theme that has been taken here. And it says that we want to consider advancing quality education through international cooperation, networking, harmonization, integration. And I just want to make one point. Let that happen both within the confines of these walls and also outside. If integration does not happen outside as well and only remains in the halls of residence here, that's not integration. In my view, you need to, and this is the reason why I appreciate also how IACAN does his particular forum, that they also provide opportunities for us to move outside the halls and interact with the citizens of this country. This is the only way we are going to build a strong and united East African region. So I'm challenging us. Let's do that. So who said that you should spend a few dollars here? This gentleman here. In the spending, you also interact. I'm actually very delighted now that there is no city in the East African region that I cannot go and find a friend who would really be glad to see me. And if they come here also, I hope they would be glad to see me. I think that happens because of that kind of interaction. So I want to ask that we integrate in that version. We fellowship here, we exchange great ideas, but we also take them outside in our conversations. And having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to wish you a very productive and successful forum. Actually, I want to wish us, all of us, a successful forum, but also, for those of you from outside, an enjoyable stay in Nairobi. And those who are Nairobians, enjoy the fact that you have visitors here and be nice to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much as I take this opportunity to invite my chairman, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha, to come and say a few words. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Our chief guest, representing the PS, all members seated here, who in their own capacities represent some institutions which are very critical for purposes of our meeting and the interaction. I want to single out Madam, the Regional Director of DAD, as indeed a very significant partner of this initiative. This initiative was born out of a lot of challenges that the region was going through. We had started expanding the university education from the original 3 East African universities, which became independent in 1970. Each one of the original 3 partners, the member states of the East African community, the first one, started growing its higher education from 2
perspectives, both private and public. And because of the insatiable desire of East Africans to access university education, there was a lot of clamor to attend university education from students. Higher education system, the high schools had grown, and therefore it became imperative and apparent that each one of the original 3 countries must wake up and start expanding space for these students to be admitted. You will recall that the first East African community collapsed in our hands in 1977. That year, some of us were university students enjoying the wonderful opportunities of traveling around. I used to travel from Kisumu to go to Dar es Salaam in a train, East African Railways train, and we had a warrant, and my fare one way was 11 shillings. The shilling in East Africa was the same, so the value of a shilling of Uganda and the shilling of Kenya and the shilling of Tanzania was the same. So you just get 11 shillings, you get a warrant from your head of institution, you go to Kisumu, you board a train, and the last destination is Dar es Salaam. And then if you want to come back, you can pay another 11 shillings. Glorious past. Our wonderful opportunities which we lost. Because we even had inter-university council before we broke. We used to ensure that students from Uganda who want to study and take a degree in engineering are admitted in Nairobi. And those who want to study law, they go to Dar es Salaam. Students in Kenya who want to be medical doctors and the graduate teachers go to Kampala, Makerere. So we have that history, which I think informs why we're here, why we are seated in this room. And we grappled with the idea when we were reforming and reformulating the new East African community, which many of you think it just came on a silver platter, but there were a lot of discussions. And one of the surviving institutions of the old East African community was this wonderful institution that my brother from Burundi now heads. And I had the honor to be the first executive secretary of the Inter-University Council in this new rebranding of our regional initiative. So the question of what do we do? Traditionally, we used to use these professors who would come visiting, external examiners who would come during the end of the year, stay with deans and then confirm that we have actually taught students well and what they're earning is credible. But because we were expanding, this was not going to be tenable, and some of you people here seated started cutting corners. You would go to a university, you don't even read any of those scripts, you are kept in a hotel, you're given an envelope, and then you write a good report. We realized that we needed to think deeply about how to manage quality education, because while we were growing the numbers, the kind of quality education that was coming out of our institutions, which were also expanding, both private and public, was going to be doubted. And some of the private sector employers started worrying and wondering whether indeed the East African universities were producing men and women of quality. So thank you, DAD, because we sat down and grappled with the idea of how to ensure that since the traditional ways of maintaining quality in universities was no longer assured, we needed to approach this from a perspective of a regional framework of quality assurance. We talked and talked, we discussed. We started from the top, by the way. We started with ministers and PSs. We went to the vice chancellors, we went to the DVCs, academic affairs. Some of these people, DAD supported under my direction and leadership. We went to Germany and held several meetings. And finally, we agreed that we were going to start as a region to focus on quality assurance in our university institutions, which was going to be quality assurance based on some benchmarks and standards. And that's why you are here. You are here because some of the people whom we identified to undertake the initial learning experience, which was interactive in Germany and in the region here, in order for them to spearhead the quality assurance initiative in East Africa, are in this room. They have already mentioned themselves, including Mike and Mao, and quite a number of other people whom I see around. That training, which took you to various meetings and institutions in Germany, we came back and institutionalized quality assurance in our region. We started with those booklets which have been mentioned here, the roadmap to quality, which now I think are going to number 6. Is it number 6? Number 5. They're going to number 5. I remember I was responsible for number 1 up to 3. We then clapped our hands, but we realized that this job was not going to be sustainable unless we start now thinking about how to ensure that we can engage everybody who teaches in the university and everybody who works in the university to realize that quality is our agenda. I think that's what the Commission for University Education in this country started. When we started as chair, Commission for Higher Education in 1985, we had seen this challenge, but we had not conceptualized it in its totality in terms of the regional engagement, because we are reviving the East African community. We want student mobility. We want institutions to admit students from all the countries of East Africa. And therefore, having one country focus on matters of quality without the other countries focusing on the same was going to be a non-starter. And that's why the Inter-University Council then has been in the lead, and congratulations, Bwana Executive Secretary. I am very happy that when we started meetings to engage all of you to appreciate, we actually got your support, because it wasn't easy. There were others who traditionally believed that they had the most advanced system of how to teach, how to examine, how to award degrees, and they didn't think that there was need for people to come poking who are called peer reviewers or who are called individuals from other universities to come and visit the university to check on whether what you are doing is correct and what you should be doing is not correct. But I think before I sit down, I have one observation to make, and this observation will result in a number of other comments that I will share with you. It appears to me that we have not encompassed and encapsulated the question of quality assurance in its full range of the tentacles that are expected to be put in place to ensure that the learning experience in the universities is joyful, is one where individual students being admitted, like now we are going through that cycle in this country, can feel very comfortable and happy that they are indeed going to be learning in an environment of joy where knowledge is passed from one person to the other, but shared between the students and the lecturers and professors in an environment and atmosphere that is qualitative. So I think we need to spend some time to conceptualize the concept of quality. What do we mean by our obsession as scholars with this question of quality assurance? Sometimes many people think quality assurance is quality curriculum. So they concentrate on the curriculum and they forget some other perspectives. So I want to share with you before I sit down what indeed this network should now be involved in ensuring that it happens in our respective universities. Let us embrace indeed the concept of quality from its total perspective, and we start. We must appreciate the fact that moving from a high school into a university, those learners who join the university should be coming to a space which is slightly better in terms of infrastructure, in terms of facilities, than where they have come from. And yet this is not being achieved by us. We sit here, many of us have attended institutions of highest quality. Some of you, if I take stock here, you'll be graduates of great universities, including Cambridge and Oxford. Right? But when you come here, you are beguiled and you agree to call some glorified structures, which can be primary school structures, into a nomenclature called a university. So we must now start afresh, because we are not going to tolerate this. The future students are going to say no to some of the institutions which do not look like a university. And therefore, your responsibility about infrastructure and the facilities is to ensure that we can work with all partners and all stakeholders to improve on the infrastructure and the quality of the facilities in the institutions we call universities. And if we make noise and write about it and showcase the best qualitative infrastructural institutions, we're going to make an imprint, and it will be appreciated by the future generation. So we leave that. I think the next thing is really curriculum. Curriculum right now is being challenged by a number of innovations, by a number of developments. The information, communication, and technology perspective is growing at a pace that some of these institutions which we preside over, if we are not very careful, the curriculum that we are offering will be a cake in a few years. And when it is a cake, then it means we will not be able to offer it to anybody, because students will not be coming there to just wait and to be cheated. They will come there and tell you that we know what we want, and I have looked around, I have interacted with your professors, and they don't seem to be people who can give me what I want, and therefore the curriculum that you are offering is a cake, and I am just going away to another place. I can even learn from my home. So this is coming, And I think it's important for us to ask ourselves about that. But we also need quality students. And you know, to get quality students who are going to engage with quality lecturers, we must therefore prepare them from quality schools. So we must learn how to interface and interact with what is happening in high schools. And in fact, for some of you, you should take some keen interest in some of the primary schools, including where you went to school. Because some of you went to Bush School, you somehow managed to get to Cambridge, and then you still go back to the Bush School, and it hasn't changed. And we need to change that. And some of these initiatives are going to be taken care of by us who are interested in quality assurance. I need to tell you another story about something called the human resource capital. You know, quality human resource capital is quality human resource capital. And in fact, a few years from now, students will be coming to your university because you have quality human resource capital. Because you have the best professor who inspires them in history, or in geography, or in mathematics, or in biochemistry. They're going to be very choosy. They're going to start learning about what we do. And in order for us to showcase this, I want to challenge you that we need to talk about ourselves. We need to be having publications and opportunities. For example, if we are geographers, we need to be talking about what is the current research engagement between geographers and climate change and all these things, and who is leading this. Not people perhaps from Europe or people from other places. We have them in East Africa here. Because we used to have very wonderful geography departments. The University of Dar es Salaam, Makerere, Nairobi, they are not there anymore. And we need to ask ourselves, while we are engaged in this initiative of quality assurance, have we forgotten that quality should also be within the departments where we are placed as lecturers? And therefore, we need to talk about quality lecturers, quality professors, individuals whom we can showcase, and as I will conclude later on, use to sell the good name of our university. We need then to talk about governance, leadership. The leaders of universities, are they people of quality in terms of integrity, in terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, and in terms of how they interact with other human beings whom they lead at their level and below their level? So you need to engage that, because I think quality assurance should not be confined to what we teach and how we teach. We should also be seeing who is responsible as far as governance and leadership is concerned in this university. So those academic people, including the other human resource people, should also be looking forward to an office where they are given quality reception and quality service by a vice-chancellor. A vice-chancellor is not a lord. A vice-chancellor is a servant of the institution, and therefore we should take note of the fact that the students are a key people to ensure sustainability of our initiative of quality assurance. And in order for this to happen, then the leadership should be put in place which cares about the students and the staff, both support, technical, as well as the academic staff. Finally, before I conclude, we must now talk about quality financial sustainability. Because these universities, which we call qualitative, they are well endowed with the financial resources so that professors can do research, and the things which are supposed to happen in a university can happen because the resources to take care of the expenses, to take care of the costs are available. Of course, we will have to swallow the bitter pill. We have grown very fast. We have very many institutions. And I suspect that whether we like it or not, some of us are going to merge these universities. We are going to collapse them into manageable, well-managed, well-run, well-resourced, and resourced institutions. I don't know when it will happen, because politicians always quote that, oh, it is a political year, it's an election year, we can't do this. But it is you, people, who are seated here, who will have to undertake research to tell us that where we are not going anywhere, and unless we swallow these bitter pills of even merging universities, we may be obliterated from the academic map of the world. And when that happens, you have seen it is starting to happen. Because, madam, universities in the West and some governments in the West are actually telling Africans, focus on TVETA, focus on people who can be plumbers, focus on people who can be masons. And they are not telling you that they are also focusing on philosophers, people who are reading Socrates and internalizing what knowledge Chomsky in linguistics came and brought on board. We are now not learning Chomsky. We are being told, oh, you know, produce people who can cut grass, people who can do these things. And then in the long run, we shall be producing workers and laborers. We have produced workers and laborers before. We thought part of your responsibility as quality assurance gurus should be to ensure that from our university we are going to have Nobel Prize winners in literature, in geography, in history, in biochemistry, in medicine. So we need to have quality research. And if we don't have quality research, then you must ask yourself, what is the scope of my responsibility in the university where I am the quality assurance network person, or the quality assurance contact person, or the quality assurance director? We need to do that. Why do we have to do this? This is my concluding remark. You see, we need to brand ourselves. We need to have flagships. When we brand ourselves, you know, people talk about Harvard. Sometimes there must be some lazy professors in Harvard. In fact, they earn a lot of money without doing anything. But they already had put their university up there. So walking into Harvard, walking into Yale, including myself when I went to study at Yale, I knew I was just going through a building, and out there I'll be a great man. And thank God I am a great man. So I think I want my grandchild to go to a university in Kenya and think that he actually is doing what I did at Yale. And it is your responsibility to create that university here. So when we now glamour to go to Cambridge, you want to go to Bonn, then the Bonn people should also glamour to come here. And they say, I want to study in the University of Dar es Salaam, because the University of Dar es Salaam used to be glorious. When all the lawyers and social scientists, including Goran Hayden from Sweden, were pontificating at Mlimani, we used to go there from Nairobi University to just listen to some of them talk about nice things. Mazrui was in Makerere. Some of you are so young that you didn't even know that there was a great man from Kenya, whom Kenya denied the opportunity to be great here. And he started being great in Makerere and then went to America and died there. That's unfortunate. So we want you people to die in our own quality institutions and the branded institutions. And Ndugu MC, I think I have just spoken more than I thought I should. So I wish you a wonderful deliberation. I'm actually going to Naivasha for another meeting of Mike Kuria, where we are talking about competence-based curriculum and university education. I hope you will talk about it here. But if you don't, on Thursday I'll be back here to remind you that we must conclude about competence-based curriculum in our universities so that we know how it interfaces with the Quality Assurance Initiative. I wish you happy and wonderful deliberations. Iekwan.
Thank you very much, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha. The elder has spoken, and he has spoken from his heart. Quality, quality, and quality. Thank you very much, Professor Chacha, for those words of wisdom, and we treasure the history that you have brought forward and passed it over to your next successor, who is the current Executive Secretary, Professor Gaspard Banyankimbona. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to make your remarks, and please also take the honor to invite the guest of honor to make his speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. If this was to be a football match, I would forfeit it and say all have been spoken, so I'm just sitting down. Our chief guest, Mr. Frederick Dambuki, representing the Principal Secretary, the State Department for Higher Education and Research, Minister of Education, Kenya, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti, the former Executive Secretary of ISEA and Chairman of the Commission for University Education. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the background history you give for the IUCA and the universities in the region. And I really appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Listening to you, yes, there is a lot to do to have the quality assurance in its own large definition. But I believe that's why we are here, and I believe we shall be able to make it. Professor Kuria, Chief Executive Officer or Commission Secretary or Executive Secretary, what do you prefer? Okay, so let me call you my brother, Profu. Very good. Do we have any executive director of any council commission already here? Maybe representatives? Do you have any vice chancellor in the room? If they are there, please may I request you to just stand for recognition. Vice chancellors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you listen very well to our elder. Please share the message with your team. It's very critical for you to hear that we need to die in our own institution. The president of IACWAN, the president of IACWAN and executive members of IACWAN, the director, DAAD, Dr. Dorothy Wheeler, thank you very much for your support. Obriel, represented by Appeal, thank you very much. I want to stop there for the protocol, but being the one who signed the invitations, I would feel guilty to leave some of the people, especially those who came outside the region. So let me recognize the ANAC SIP coordinator, Mr. Abdullah Hatisise. Thank you very much for traveling from that far, from Senegal. I want to recognize the director of Research Association of African Universities. Is he around? He left, eh? Okay, I hope his spirit is still around with us. IACWAN country chapters, thank you very much. IACWAN members, Professor Idris Rai, IUCEA team, Professor Mawa, quality assurance practitioners, presenters, facilitators, and experts present in this room. I believe we have a student representative. Student representative, can you raise if you are around? No, unfortunately. Do we have members of the press here present? Invited guests, both online and physical. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. It's indeed a pleasure to warmly welcome you to the 13th East African Quality Assurance Network Forum as we forge our way to permanently improve quality education in East African community and to build a more resilient and competitive higher education in the East African community. I want to use this opportunity to really thank our chief guest for creating time to really come and grace the official opening of this important gathering of largely persons who are passionate about issues of quality in higher education. I also do extend our sincere appreciation to all partners present, DAAD, Obriel, Association of African Universities, ANACSIP, keynote speakers, presenters, and all you quality assurance fraternity members for different partner states for making it here in Nairobi for this forum. In a very special way, I want to welcome our new members of the family from DRC and Somalia. Feel welcome, this is your home. Feel welcome, this is your home, and this is the home of anybody whose dreams is to advance quality in higher education. Karibu sana. We consider your participation in big numbers, and I'm not joking with this because I've just got an update. We are 95 in the room, and we have 50 something participating online, and we expect more people to join as we move along the 3 days. So thank you very much for your aspiration and support to quality higher education in East African community as a means of integration in our beloved community. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, quality education, as it has been emphasized by the former speakers, is crucial for ensuring that institutions provide education that meets recognized standards and effectively prepares students for their future career. Many African countries have been developing or enhancing their national quality assurance frameworks to improve the consistency and standard of higher education across the continent. And the need for regional collaborations in quality assurance led to the establishment of quality assurance networks. The African Quality Assurance Network, I'm not sure if it was born before IAQUAN, probably IAQUAN came first, right? At continental level, and then our East African Quality Assurance Network at regional level, both two are working towards promotion and harmonization of quality assurance practices and standard among our African countries. In order to enhance a broader redress to quality concerns observed in higher education institutions in East Africa, IUCA, in partnership with IAQUAN, initiated this regional quality assurance forum held yearly and on rotational basis among our East African partner states. So this forum, as it was said, is happening here in Kenya, and we look forward the next decision that will be made, but it is likely to be either in South Sudan or in DRC, but because that is where no such forum has ever happened. The theme that was suggested, I'm not coming back to it, you can still read it through, it speaks to many things. First of all, it underscores the importance of quality higher education. We need to prioritize quality education, quality in teaching and learning, quality of facilities, and Professor Chacha came back to that we are likely to merge some of the institutions, some others will be swallowed. Make sure your institution stand. Quality of research conducted, and other attribute that you can give to quality. Secondly, the theme speaks to the need of international cooperation and networking. How can we as higher education institutions work together within our ESC block? How can we work and network with universities from the north? How can we tap into the potential opportunity available for development partners? How do we use our networks, our forum, working together with each other to drive emerging from the forum and suggesting a way forward for implementation. I therefore encourage us to network and learn from each other to jointly build a critical mass of experts who will contribute to strengthening higher education and research in the region. I'm glad to note that we have, as IUSEA, increasingly embraced the need for harmonization through the use of developed frameworks and tools and benchmarks. On this note, I would wish to appreciate one of the member university of IUSEA, that is Aga Khan, which has taken the developed frameworks outside the region. And I'm told a feedback will be given from a university in Pakistan on how the tools matters in higher education. Thank you very much, Aga Khan. This shows the relevance of all the documents and how the tools can be used to further quality of higher education, not only in our region, but also beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the partners in the organizing of this particular forum. The Commission for University Education Kenya, IACWAN, and IUSEA. This forum comes at a time when almost all the countries in East Africa are undergoing reforms in basic education and the entire education that are likely to impact on quality concerns and harmonization efforts so far realized. Professor Chacha referred to the meeting that he's going to in Naivasha to talk about competence-based curriculum. How many countries of East Africa have gone through that particular reform? How will that impact the mobility of the student? Will the entry criteria at university level change or are likely to be adjusted to accommodate that new methodology of teaching? At the same time, stakeholders keep on asking questions about the relevance of the higher education we offer, and consequently, institutions are increasingly focusing on ensuring that their programs are relevant to local contexts and economic needs, including aligning curricula with regional development priority and addressing skills gap in local economies. Prof. Chacha, the TVET subsector, either we like it or not, is attracting the interests of both the youth and the policy makers. And I'm reporting here that even the Council of Ministers have now extended the mandate of IUSEA to also regionally coordinate TVET. Indeed, we have among our members some degree awarding institutions which are basically TVET in their own region. So this is a new move. The young generations of East Africa, to survive, they need hands-on skills. And it's like either we go curriculum, competence-based curriculum, or we go TVET. And the TVET is moving fast than we are moving with the competence-based education. So I'm therefore challenging you, good people, to think outside the box and come up with an anticipated strategy to keep the harmonization process on track. We wish to see the East African common higher education area to become a reality, and the free mobility of students, staff, and skills all over the region to become a routine. Above all, our expectation in this forum is that this forum will enable higher education stakeholders to take stock of the gains registered over the years, identify enablers and barriers to the realization of quality higher education. It is also our sincere hope that this year's forum will provide a platform for discussion of how can we engage in meaningful collaborations, cooperation, and networking to advance quality higher education. I wish to thank our keynote presenters, the other presenters and the discussant for accepting to take part in this particular forum, without which we would have failed. We are equally grateful to the participant, the always eager and knowledge-seeking quality assurance fraternity members for coming in big numbers. Some of you came by road to Nairobi, while others braved several hours of flights and connections. This shows the relevance you attach to this particular forum. Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to thank very much the organizing team from the Commissioner for University Education Kenya, IUSEA, Professor Mawa and team, and IACWAN, Professor Njoki and team, for the tireless effort in ensuring that all is set for the organization of this forum to be a success. I will use this same opportunity to appreciate the warm welcome provided to us by the Republic of Kenya. I wish all of us a nice stay in Nairobi City. Once again, many thanks to our chief guest for honoring our invitation to officiate this event. I do also express gratitude to the participants, both online and physical, for taking part in this forum. Thank you very much. In a very, I'm still around. In a very special way, I want to express my gratitude to IACWAN members for their contribution, dedication, and hard working to advance quality education in the East African community. Allow me, in a very special way, to recognize the milestone registered within a short period of time during the tenure of the current leadership. Professor Njoki and team, this is a job well done. Congratulations. I'm informed that IACWAN will also be organizing its annual general meeting. So I wish you fruitful deliberations. Our special participant from Somalia and DRC, thank you very much for taking part in this forum. Special accolade to the Commission Education again, Professor Kuria, my friend and brother. Thank you very much for the support. I remember you said you had no speech, but I saw you reading through papers. Maybe that is how it works at the Commission. On behalf of the IUSEA fraternity, our sincere gratitude to the government of the East African community and the Republic of Kenya in particular for their continued support and enabling political support to IUSEA. I do appreciate and applaud our development partners for supporting a cause of advancing quality assurance in higher education in the region. A special appreciation goes to the government of Germany through DAAD. Thank you very much, Dad. Thank you very much. And to the European Union through Obrier for all the support and partnership. IUCEA remains open to working with various stakeholders and partners in quality assurance, and we pledge our support to higher education-oriented networks beyond the annual forums and conference to become active networks that support its members throughout the year in capacity building activities and other initiatives. We shall definitely have a lot of discussion in this direction. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my single honor to invite our chief guest to address and officially open the 30th Year Kwan Forum 2024. I thank you very much for your attention and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I've been well introduced. I'm Dambuki, Secretary Administration in the State Department for Higher Education and Research in the Ministry of Education, Kenya. And my role today as I stand before you is to represent the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Higher Education and Research, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. And before I can be able to read the speech, allow me to really express my gratitude and appreciation to stand before you during this very important occasion of the 13th Annual East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum. I am bringing you greetings from my Principal Secretary, who could not make it this morning due to other critical engagements, and she requested me to come and be with you on her behalf as we go through the official opening ceremony of this conference. As others have been able to say, I also want to really warmly welcome you to Nairobi, Kenya. Those who are from within and those who are from the East African region, Africa, and even beyond, you are most welcome to Kenya. Make this your second home. I know your stay this week, you'll be quite involved in your discussions, but I'm sure you'll be able to find some little time to be able to do your networking the way it has been said by others, and also get to know more about Nairobi and Kenya in your special way. And even as you engage in your discussions, I know even within here you'll be able to create that network, which you shall be able to use even now and even as you get back into your respective countries. So networking is critical and important in our agenda. Having said that then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read the speech. A speech delivered by Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research, Ministry of Education, at the High Level Quality Assurance Dialogue event with our partners during the 13th Annual East African Higher Education Quality Assurance held today here in Safari Park. The President of the East African Quality Assurance Network, Professor Paul Zioki, the President of Briel Global Observatory and Coordinator, Professor Ramon Torrent Marcus, the Regional Director, DAAD, Dr. Dorothy Whaler, the Executive Secretary in the University Council of East Africa, Professor Gaspard, the Deputy Executive Secretary in the University Council of East Africa, Professor Idris, the Board Chairperson, Commission for University Education, Professor Chacha, the Executive Secretary, Commission for University Education, Professor Korea, the Chief Executive Officers present, the Chair of the Vice Chancellors of Public Universities of Kenya, Professor Mugendi. I'm sure he may not be here, he's engaged in that other meeting. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this very critical and important conference on the 13th Annual East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum under the theme Advancing Quality of Higher Education through International Cooperation and Networking, Harmonization and Integration. I extend my warmest greetings and heartfelt appreciation to each of you for your continued participation in this pivotal gathering. I am informed that the high-level quality assurance dialogue is a cherished tradition of EAQAN forums, making the climax of the discussions on quality in higher education that have taken place over the past years. This dialogue, comprising 2 panel discussions by eminent persons, serves as a crucial platform for addressing the key issues that will shape the future of our education in our region. The first panel of discussions focuses on advancing quality of higher education through international cooperation and networking, harmonization, and integration. I note with appreciation that the panelists include representatives from our esteemed development partners, DAAD and Obril Global, as well as representatives from higher education regulatory and accreditation bodies in East Africa. The second panel discussion, titled Exploring the Transformative Role of Technology and Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education, Innovations, Challenges and Opportunities, features practitioners from the higher education sector, including the CEOs of the Commission for University Education Kenya, the Vice Chancellors and student representatives. I am particularly pleased to see that this panel includes a student voice, as it is essential to consider the perspectives of those who are most affected by the policies and the practices we discuss. And I think I want to appreciate when Professor Chacha was making his remarks and defining the concept of quality in our institutions. And he talked about the key partners there and the issues which are quite key when we talk about quality education, issues of infrastructure, issues of the quality of the lecturers in our universities, issues of quality in terms of the programs. But one thing which struck me most was the issue of the student, Professor Chacha. The issue of the student. Many times, when we are talking about quality frameworks, we tend to forget the contribution of the student on the kind of education we want to have. A month ago, I had a discussion with student leaders in all our public and private universities, and we were discussing the same thing about quality education in our universities. And when we had all that discussion, and I heard about their views and their contributions, then I surprised them when I tell them there's one thing you have been able to forget when we are talking about and addressing on issues of quality in our universities and institutions of higher learning. And that is you, the student. And I tell them, the quality we are talking about is on how you, as a student, you are going to undertake your studies. How much time are you going to spend? How much hours are you going to spend in attending lectures and doing your coursework and making sure everything is right? And I tell them then, if there was anything major we can talk about is how you are taking your education and how you are playing your role as a student in our respective universities. So the issue of the student is very key in this agenda of enhancing quality education in our institutions and universities. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the first panel discussion, I would like to emphasize the timeliness of the topic in the context of the 21st century. Globally, we are guided by the Sustainable Development Agenda, with goal number 4 aiming to achieve equitable quality education by 2030. Achieving this goal requires international cooperation and collaboration, which are essential in a world increasingly driven by the forces of globalization and technological advancement. Higher education institutions must not only address local challenges, but also equip graduates with the skills and competencies to thrive in a global labor market. This can only be achieved if institutions in our region actively engage in international cooperation, networking, and collaboration. I commend the positive collaboration between DAAD, or BRIL, Global, and the higher education sector in East Africa, which exemplifies the benefits of North-South partnerships. However, I also urge institutions to explore South-South collaborations as our shared challenges offer unique opportunities for mutual learning and problem solving. I think I want to be able to say how pleased I was when the representative of DAD, Obril Global, was making remarks on areas they are collaborating with us and supporting. The issues of centers of excellence, the issue of building capacities in our institutions, and the issues of scholarships. And I want really to emphasize and request that in the discussions which are going to follow, kindly find a way of building our local capacities so that we can be able to now best we can be able to access the support in terms of the scholarships. And also I want to believe we'll also be able to partner on matters of research. And in this case, I'll be so pleased if our researchers can be able to find an opportunity where they can be able to be guided on how best they can be able to make proposals which can be admissible and can be able to attract funding within the European Union, and particularly the Erasmus+. We are laying a lot of emphasis on matters of research, science and technology, not only here in Kenya, but within the region, because we want to believe that investing more in matters of technology, then we will be able to address more of our challenges as we are facing as a people and in this region. And therefore, issues of building capacity of our researchers within our institutions shall form a key basis on transforming our ways of doing things and creating new knowledge, which will be able to address our concerns and challenges as a people. It is encouraging to note that the national and regional governments are put in place supportive structures and regulatory frameworks for such collaborations. At the continental level, the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the Continental Education Strategy for Africa provide a roadmap for integration and harmonization of the higher education sector. Regionally, the East African Community's Higher Education Common Education Area, launched in 2017, further reinforces these efforts. On the issue of transformative role of technology and artificial intelligence, the second panel discussion will be focusing on technology and artificial intelligence in higher education. Is equally timely. The rapid advancement of technology, particularly during the fourth industrial revolution, has had a profound impact on all sectors, including higher education. As we transition to the fifth industrial revolution, it is imperative that we assess how these disruptive technologies have been harnessed in our institutions. I trust that the panel will explore key issues such as cloud technology, the Internet of Things, analytics, AI, virtual reality, and augmented reality. These technologies offer tremendous opportunities for innovation in teaching, learning, and research. However, they also present challenges related to data management, privacy, and ethics, which must be addressed with a balanced and responsible approach. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we face in advancing the quality of higher education are significant, but so are the opportunities. This forum provides us with an invaluable opportunity to reflect, strategize, and take collective action towards a brighter future for higher education in East Africa. As leaders in higher education, you are the stewards of our academic institutions. Your decisions, policies, and vision will shape the future of education in this region. Let us work together to ensure that our institutions are not only participants in the global education community, but also leaders in innovation, in inclusivity, and excellence. I am confident that the discussions and insights gained from this dialogue will inspire meaningful actions in your respective institutions. Remember, it is not enough to acquire knowledge. We must also take the critical step of putting that knowledge into practice to bring about the transformation our higher education institutions and the country so greatly deserve. With these remarks, it is now my pleasure, on behalf of the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Higher Education and Research, to officially declare the 13th Annual East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Forum officially opened.
Another round of applause for our chief guest. And thank you very much, our chief guest, for those remarks and for officially gracing our occasion.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, We are going to modify the program. From here, we are going to move out for a group photograph. And after the group photograph, we shall return here for the keynote presentation. We will have 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 for group photograph, and 15 for a cup of tea. And then we shall return here to start the presentation with the keynote presentation to be delivered by Professor Idris Rai, the Deputy Executive Secretary of Inter-University Council for East Africa. Allow me to request the President to lead his team for the group photo, and as soon as they get out, I request all of us to go in and to have our pictures captured for the record and for the history. Thank you very much. We may all rise so that we can proceed together for the group photograph. So I request that we now continue to move and have our group photograph. I request that we move, those who are still seated, I request that we move together so that we have the photograph taken while all of us are appearing.
Have my phone. Tell.
Because also there were some people following us on YouTube. So it's like, yeah, the links, yeah. You can share with you the link. Yeah. Remember the research event in Entebbe? How was it?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you back to our session. Those who have finished their cup of tea or juice, I invite you to come in and we begin the next session of our forum. Thank you very much. Hello, hello, hello. May I invite you back to the room for those who are finished. We continue with the networking in the room. We continue with the networking in the room as we start the next session. Thank you very much for accepting to come in. Please do so. Check the glass with the spoon. No, you ring around and then you bring them in. Right. You can do from that side, he does from this side. We're trying to manage time, otherwise, yeah, this one took longer. Yes, it's midday. So we hope this can run 1 up to 2 minutes. You have a bell? You have a bell here. Okay. Bring the bell and bring the people.
I've been telling them that. Who is it?
I was there. I was there. No.
See my strategy.
Yeah. We can now take our seats.
Yeah, I have the keynote ready. Okay. Yeah. So, can I put it in presentation mode or? Yeah. Okay.
Our next session is going to be the keynote presentation. And I'm going to invite the chairperson of this session, Mr. Victor. I would like to invite you to come forward to welcome and introduce the keynote speaker and then commission the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. I want to welcome you back to our session. My name is Victor Ogunyo. I direct corporate services at the Commission for University Education in Kenya. It's a pleasure that you are going to listen to our keynote speaker this morning. Our keynote speaker is Professor Idris Rai. Professor Idris Rai is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council of East Africa. Prior to joining IUCEA in January 2023, Professor Idris had served in a number of national, regional, and global academic and research institutions at various capacities, namely as Vice Chancellor of State University of Zanzibar from the year 2011 to 2019. He was also the Deputy Dean at Makerere University from the year 2009 to 2011. Professor Idris was also a member of governing boards and various committees of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, UbuntuNet Alliance, the African Institute for Capacity Development, the Tanzanian Commission for Universities, the Inter-University Council of East Africa. Professor Rai has obtained his PhD in computer science and networking from Telcom Paris Tech in France, and he has a master's and bachelor's degrees in electrical and electronics engineering from Bilken University and Bokaziki Universities respectively. Professor Idris is also a member of the Quality Audit Committee at IUCEA. He's also a member of the Accreditation Committee at the Tanzania Commission for University, and is still a commissioner there for the past 8 years. Please, together with me, let us welcome Professor Idris Rai to speak to us on advancing quality of higher education through international cooperation and networking, harmonization, and integration. Karibu.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Just a little correction, I'm no more a commissioner at TCU. I served for 8 years from 2011 to 2019. And while I was serving there, I was also a member of Quality Assurance Committee of the IUCEA, not the Audit Quality Assurance Committee. So thank you very much for the introduction. So I was asked to present a keynote on the theme of this forum. And I look at the theme, I said it's far away, far ahead, far high. You know, I'm too small for this big theme. Yeah, it does have almost everything in there. And particularly because I'm not an expert, neither a practitioner, so to say, in quality assurance. This is my first time I'm attending this forum, and I'm very happy to be here, glad to meet the experts. But I was given this assignment by my boss. He's not here now, and you know you cannot say no when you're giving an assignment to your boss. One thing that's available in our performance appraisal form is on the loyalty regarding to followership. And okay, but I gave you that assignment one day, and you found a reason not to do it. So basically, I had to take the task, a daunting task. So I first tried to understand what it was meant, what was the gist, and whether I can tame it to make it simpler, to bring it to my level, so there'll be something that I can communicate or contribute to the audience here. So allow me to say that my topic from the theme is now this, which is advancing quality of higher education through internationalization. I think it's much simpler. It's more focused. And I think that's where I can say a few words and share my experiences based on my background as non-QA practitioner, so to say. So I dropped harmonization, I dropped integration, and I coined international cooperation and networking together into internationalization. And in the program, I saw that I had an hour long for this presentation. It was an hour. But I think we'll talk this internally. What we're learning is we underestimate the opening session often. We had one in Juba. It took like, how many, 6 hours? Yeah, somewhere in July. So this one here, we did well, but again, it was not 45 minutes. So I prepared this presentation to last for an hour, many slides. I'll make them a bit quicker because after the opening session, especially recognizing the knowledge and the history and the wealth of experience of Professor Chacha, I called Professor Mawa. I said, Professor Mawa, do I still need to give a keynote? Because it seems like the combination of all these sessions is done. And yeah, you still have to do it, he told me. So I'll try to skip a little bit on the slides so that I get it within the framework of 50 to 60 minutes. So in terming the topic, trying to understand it, I categorize the approaches for quality, for advancing quality into two. And being not an expert, you may forgive my new terminologies. But this is for me to understand. I think it's important that maybe I carry you through to see, try to see where I'm coming from and what I'm trying to explain to you later on. So one approach is on quality assurance. And the other one is quality enhancement. I think these are high-level approaches at institutional level where we can advance quality. And I talk at institutional level, that is university level. So you, as expert, you know what quality assurance means. It's a systematic processes or involves systematic process and procedures used to ensure that educational programs and services meet established standards and criteria. It is concerned with ensuring compliance with predefined standards, regulation, and benchmarks, and involves monitoring and evaluating institutional performance to confirm adherence to these standards. So it's based on a limit. It's based on measures. It's based on minimum standard set to ensure that all institutions at least provide that minimum standards. It's so prescriptive, it's prescribed. And institutions work hard to see that they reach to that level to be accredited, whether program level or institutional level. Whereas quality enhancement is largely ongoing institutional efforts and initiatives aimed at improving the quality of educational programs and services beyond mere compliance. It's much more. It's more broader. It doesn't look at the particular limits to achieve some particular criteria or requirements for accreditation and the like. And is concerned with continuous improvement and innovation by identifying areas for development and implementing strategies to enhance overall quality of education and student experiences. So the approaches are a little bit different. But of course, they are all advancing quality. Now, the objective of quality assurance is to ensure that educational standards are met and maintained. Its goal is meeting accreditation requirements, maintaining consistency in educational delivery, ensuring that institutional national policy and procedures are followed. Whereas the objective of quality enhancement is to foster continuous improvement and innovation in educational practices, and it aims to strive for excellence in all aspects of the educational experiences. So quality enhancement can take you beyond the criteria given. You can achieve excellence through quality enhancement. But given the minimum criteria, it's difficult, I could claim, especially when they are low level, to achieve excellence by quality assurance. So the goal is improving teaching and learning processes, enhancing student support services, and advancing institutional effectiveness and outcomes. Now I'm coming back to my complicated theme. And I asked myself, the theme was advancing higher education quality through international cooperation, networking, harmonization, integration. How do we map this? Which one belong to which one, as far as our context is concerned, in East African Community Qualification Framework, Quality Assurance Framework? Now the question is the integration or harmonization lead to quality assurance? Or does the quality assurance, when we have quality assurance processes, do they lead to harmonization integration? So I don't know yet. Yeah, does international cooperation, is international cooperation a dimension of quality assurance? Is it? In the tool that we have in different countries, do we look at the internationalization or international cooperation as a criteria for quality at institutional level as well as at program level? At least this one I know it's not. So, well, I went further, comparing the two. So quality assurance is compliance-oriented, focuses on specific standards and regulation. Yeah, whereas quality enhancement is improvement-oriented, focusing on fostering culture of continuous development and innovation. The approaches for quality assurance, we have audits, reviews, accreditation, standardized metrics, whereby quality enhancement is more about feedback mechanism, professional development, innovation, and best practices. And on stakeholders involved, for quality assurance, we know it's about regulatory bodies, accreditation agencies, and international committees, whereby quality enhancement, the stakeholders are students, faculty, staff, and institutional leaders. It's more broader, got more broader involvement of stakeholders. So quality assurance is a push mechanism. There are agencies that set some guidelines and standards and push you to achieve them. Whereby quality enhancement is pull, if you see, it's based on internal initiatives to improve into quality. So based on those, I think this is how we could relate between the two, with my understanding. That is, not the errors. Quality assurance leads to harmonization and integration. And in fact, this is what we've been doing. East African quality assurance framework have been there largely with the objective of harmonizing education systems and integrating the East African community. It is there to see that qualifications developed or provided in different countries are comparable and also compatible with these quality standards. Whereas, on the other hand, international cooperation and networking lead to quality enhancement. This is our situation. It might change. In other aspects which we'll see, international cooperation could be a dimension of quality assurance. But at least where we are, this is how it is. When you talk about quality assurance tools, I don't think you've seen anything about networking there as a measure, as a criteria. It's not there. Or international cooperation, it's not there yet. We deal more into institutional things like infrastructure, human resources programs, of course, and there's also program accreditation. But there's a relationship between the two as well. There's a relationship between the two, that is quality assurance and quality enhancement. So for an institution to be accredited, to reach those standards, enhancement process has to take place to be accredited, to reach that particular level. So quality enhancement could be adopted, or should normally employed to make sure that an institution reaches or gets that quality assurance, achieve those standards that are already set. However, as I said, quality enhancement can go beyond that. Can go beyond that. So they are complementary. They are complementary. Quality assurance sets standards. Quality enhancement pushes institutions to get there. They are different. They are different. But ask yourself a question. Is qualification, is quality assurance a limiting effect of quality advancement? That is, if we only have, we set standards through quality assurance, wouldn't the quality enhancement be limited by those standards? That is, when institutions reach those standards, they get relaxed. That, okay, now we are okay, we are good. It could. It could. And it's only through strategic visions and missions of institutions that institutions may surpass, may still work on to achieve excellence. So quality enhancement has a potential to make an institution achieve excellence beyond the quality assurance. Yeah. So the reason why I removed harmonization integration, as I said, our East African qualification framework has been looking into consideration. The main objective was harmonization integration at the regional level. And I talked institutional level. This is mainly advancing quality at institutional level rather than at regional level. So you know all these tools that we already have and use. And I believe for the past 12 EACON fora, there's been a discussion around these tools, how to adopt them, how to implement them. Even the capacity being built at the moment. We built quality assurance practitioners with capacity last year. It was based on some of these tools. So I said, okay, I think we have had enough. Well, although there's a lot to be done, as Professor Chacha has said, but let's just deal with internationalization, which I think it's not being fully considered within our quality assurance or mechanisms within the region. So now here is the keynote starting, right? What has come so far is just to try to understand, to try to tame that topic. So this is the topic. Now we're starting it from here and defining concepts. So what is internationalization? Well, internationalization is derived from a number of other keywords. We start with partnership. Partnership is a formal relationship between higher education institutions or organizations. It's a formal relationship. It can be bilateral or multilateral agreements, or can be based on bilateral or multilateral agreements, focusing on various aspects of collaborative academic activities. So you have an agreement focusing on implementing collaborative academic activities. On the other hand, international cooperation refers to collaborative activities between institutions or organizations across national borders. An example of those activities could be joint research, academic exchanges, co-development of curricula, collaborative online courses, sharing of resources, and aligning policies. So in a way, partnership is a foundation, a basis for international cooperation. Why? Because effective partnership development provide the structural and procedural frameworks necessary for international cooperation. Without formalizing a partnership, it's difficult to do international cooperation. And partnerships aims to set the groundwork for specific cooperative activities and help in formalizing agreements on collaborative efforts. It also establishes mutual trust and understanding between the partners, which is crucial for successful international cooperation. So in a way, yes, these are different frameworks for partnership. I think you all understand these ones. Formal agreements or strategic alliances, memorandum of understanding, partnership contracts. We have consortia, as well as network membership, like this one, EACON. We have a partnership on this particular format. Now what I'm saying here then is internationalization of higher education is implied by international cooperation in higher education, which is implied by partnership. So what is internationalization of higher education? It's the process of integrating an international or intercultural dimension into the teaching, research, service functions of the university or institutions in order to enhance their academic excellence and the relevance of their contribution to societies. So that's why the topic, therefore, became, I reduced the topic into this, right? Advancing quality of higher education through internationalization. Partnerships, international cooperations that imply on having international partnership, internationalization when they are done across the borders. Now you'll ask, where's the networking component here? I'll explain with the case to see that you cannot do internationalizations without networking. So it's embedded in there. I don't have to define it much. So why higher education internationalization? And why is it important in quality advancement? Is what we're going to see in the next few slides. So internationalization is very common in many higher education institutions for two main reasons. One is an imperative that higher education institutions have to internationalize. In fact, higher education leaders are pressured to forge partnership, whether it's South-South or South-North, because there's a lot to learn through sharing experiences and expertise there. And that is where higher education institutions are very good at. They have very rich experiences into that form of partnership. But the other reason why institutions internationalize, or higher education is internationalized, is due to market-driven activities, meaning increased demand for higher education worldwide, diversification of education providers, declining of public funds, and new delivery models that allow institutions now moving from one country to another, or particular nations inviting institutions to establish their branches within their countries. That is also another form of internationalization. Now, universities have a long experience in the reason of factor number one. As a result, there's a significant expansion of internationalization of higher education globally. An international dimension has become part of universities' missions and major functions. So primarily, internationalization has been associated with scholar mobility. However, other elements of internationalizations are based on international cooperations in academic matters, which include staff exchange, internationalization of curriculum, collaborative research, dual degree programs, twinning programs, summer and winter schools, foreign language teaching, etc., etc. All these are termed as internationalization at institutional level. So why is it important that institutions internationalize for quality enhancement? I'll show to you with a case that if it's well approached and strategically planned, internationalization can transform institutions in our region. So it does help on quality enhancement through educational and research excellence, skills development, mobility programs, infrastructure and resources mentioned. All of them have been mentioned. Skills development for staff, Professor Chacha mentioned about is key, is important to be done. He reminded us. Yeah. Infrastructure and resources, he talked about it as well. But it leads to global recognition. Knowledge and resource sharing, funding and resource mobilization. All these are important benefits, especially for young universities. And I think most of our universities in the region, they were established after, late 1990s, 2000. That was a major expansion of higher education in the region. So going forward, now that we know what internationalization is and what my topic for this keynote is, I'll show to you a practical case from the community, a case for university transformation through internationalization, the work done from 2011-2019. I'll also present to you a work by efforts by World Association of Universities on sharing quality higher education across borders. I'll briefly present the case of India, which deals with internationalization through national policies and guidelines. And then I'll touch on, a little bit more time, on international cooperation and quality assurance. International cooperation, actually it's internationalization of quality assurance processes by a book coordinated by OECD. And then I'll conclude. So with the case in mind, I invite you to Google search at your own prime time on those two articles. One, from the World University News. It says, young universities' rapid growth despite austerity. was published in 2015. And the other one is the Bulletin of the Association for Commonwealth Universities, which is entitled Harnessing the Power of Partnerships in Tanzania. And both, I was the center into those publications. As I told you, I was turning the theme into where I can make more noise, right? Yeah, so I've brought you to where I can share some experiences to you. Now, that specifically, I look at the presentation I made in 2018 as a Vice Chancellor at the Vice Chancellor ICT Forum and the Ubuntu Alliance, and I couldn't select a few slides on this one. So it's a practical case is based on this presentation, showcasing a case for university transformation, largely here through internationalization and partnership, to appreciate what this can be done. Now I have to open that. How can I share the slides now from another link? Yes, where's the expert here? I'm seeing it alone, but I'm not seeing on the screen. Where ICT person? Come, please. I've linked this one. Okay, from the, where's the PowerPoint slide? And how do I go there and come back? Yeah, okay, how do I see this on the screen?
Oh, this one on the screen?
Yeah, and then you'll have to come back again, quickly. Okay, so I said I'll borrow some slides from this old presentation just to showcase the power of partnership and internationalization in transforming higher education institutions. No, okay, well, let's see. It's not there yet. Sorry about it. It's supposed to be this one. No, not that one. This, can you show this one? Okay, I think you can see it. So, well, it's very, can I zoom? Yes, please, can you help zooming or display? Okay, so I joined State University of Zanzibar in 2011, and this is the status where I found the university. It had one school and one institute. Programs, they were 7. 3 bachelors and 4 diplomas. Student body was 1,200. Over 90% of them specialized only in education, whereas non-education program was only one, which is in computer science and IT, which had less than 10% of the students. The human resources was 250 staff, of which PhD, less than 10 actually. The finances were 5 billion shillings at the time, was about $2.5 million. With the contribution from the government, the number of grants when I went there were only 2. And the partnerships, I opened the safe of the Vice Chancellor, I saw only 3 MOUs. So in a way, it was like a glorified College of Education. Indeed, it was transformed. It was established by transforming an education college into a university. 10 years down the road, this was the status. And being appointed by the president, I told him, you know what, I don't think we have a university yet. With only 3 degree programs, we do not have a university. So my challenge was to expand, to diversify the programs, to respond to the mission of the establishment of the university then. And the mission was to provide adequate number of human resources on specific disciplines to contribute to the national development of the country then. And I think it was seen that only developing teachers would help, but there would be more. There would be more that needs to be done. So, okay, I hope we'll be able to go quickly and skip some of these slides. 8 years down the road, quickly, summary, we had 8 campuses of the university. In fact, we had 8 schools and institutions in 8 years. The number of programs moved to 54 programs from 7 programs, of which we had postgraduate programs, we had bachelor's programs, as well as diploma program in the number shown into the presentation. The student population was 6,000 students from 1,200. Human resources, 570, of which about 33% of the academic staff had PhDs. Finances jumped from $2.5 million to $10 million. The number of grants was 16 mobilized, and we had more money we generated ourselves than the money that we got from the government. And the MOUs, I found 3, right? After 8 years, we had 70 MOUs and partnership agreements. Now, I attribute this transformation largely through partnership and internationalization. And to me, I think this was a milestone. So in addition to only having education-based programs, at this particular point, we had medicine, we had pharmacy, no, not pharmacy, nursing, we had education, diversified programs, sciences, tourism, all those kind of programs that were not even there before. Business, more IT programs, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the schools, we had School of Education. Well, School of Agriculture was being developed then, but when I left in 2019, a School of Dentistry also was established. And later on, a school already in the planning was School of Computing, Communications, and Media, combining IT and media technologies, was also included. So now we have actually 10 schools from about 2 schools. Again, it's about North-North and South-North collaboration. We have also research centers, one particularly responsible for Tropical Research Center on Oceanography, Environmental Sciences, and Natural Resources, and another one is on Swahili Studies and Advancement. These are the main areas for which we wanted to build expertise, but also they were needed within the institution. We had our own priorities and so on and so forth. So at the moment, by the way, another institution has been established, Institute of Maritime Studies. Its arrangement started when I was there. So unarguably, you can say the State University of Zanzibar is one of the most comprehensive universities in Tanzania in only about 10 years. There's no university in Tanzania with maritime, dentistry, agriculture, and medicine. There's none. Of course, there are bigger universities. But with that, diversity is not there. Now, as I said, all this is attributed to internationalization. I'll show you some specific examples of the projects that have led to some of these. I'm not sure you can read it, but I'll share these slides. One is on instructional technology. The use of technology in teaching and learning was one of our priorities. So we established a Center for Digital Learning. That was in 2013-14, among the first institutions in the region, probably, before Corona, to see the importance of establishment of Center for Digital Learning for developing digital content for teaching and learning. So within the CDL, because Center for Digital Learning structure, we have a digital TV channel. You can find it on YouTube. Video recording and editing studio, and content development lab. But how did we get it? We got it under the partnership with the World Bank, Huawei, and UKAID. At different partnerships. The initial partnership that built this particular lab was the funding from the World Bank as an extension of the other project that was ending. But through UKAID, we had another project called STEP. No, it's called Pebble. You can also search about Pebble. It's partnership and embedded learning, enhanced blended learning. I think some institutions might have been partners here. Yes? But State University of Zanzibar is one of the founding members of that partnership. And how was it developed? It's networking. I was a member of the Association for Commonwealth Universities, and they knew I was so passionate about the use of technology for teaching and learning. When that sphere call came in, they're the first one who called me and said, okay, Professor, you're from the region, let's write a proposal. I selected a team from SUSE, and they developed the proposal. They did not get initial funding. They got additional funding because they only funded 2 projects. But that one, this is viable. Let's add money into it. Very successful. You can look at it, building capacity, developing content, and so on and so forth. And even now it's been carried into Western Africa. This was for Eastern Africa. So State University of Zanzibar, even Commission for University Education, I think, was a partner, isn't it? Commission for this PEBBLE program. It was a partner, I remember. Now the other priority was on remote sensing and GIS. The activities that are involved was projects actually, the ZANSI project, Zanzibar Mapping Initiative, and so on and so forth. Who are the partners? The partners included, for example, okay, this is PEBBLE, yeah, I talked about. These are the partners. There is University of Edinburgh, SUSE, SEDA, Kenyatta University, and other. Commission for University Kenya was there. This is about partnership and building network and how they help. So participating universities included Bugema, Ines, Kampala International University, Kenya Methodist, and there were a lot of participating universities in this. It was a very successful project. And other projects, ZANSI, this is about mapping the coastal area of Zanzibar to identify risk areas during oil and gas exploration. And we did it with Statoil. Who knows Statoil? Statoil. Statoil is a big oil and gas company from Norway, one of the largest. But we forged partnership with them. It's a private sector. And we mapped, these are the islands of Zanzibar, those hot spots that needs to be taken care of to be preserved on oil and gas. And Zanzibar Mapping Initiative is a project with the World Bank and Commission of Land Commission in Zanzibar. It's aimed at mapping the whole of island of Zanzibar by using drones. This was then the largest mapping project using drones ever done in the world then. So you can also search about it, ZMI. There's a lot of benefit out of this, okay? So we mapped the whole of islands, a lot of capacity building initiatives, a lot of publication of the institution as well, and this is important for the reputation of the institution. And so on and so forth. These are just examples of the projects that we initiated. But there were a lot of south-to-south collaboration as well. For example, when we started degree in agriculture, we partnered with Sokoine University of Agriculture, and we started using their curricula for that. When we started degree in medicine, we had to go to Mbarara. We were using Cuban experience. We went to Mbarara, we had an MOU with Mbarara, and then they helped us to customize that program, and so on and so forth. So these all are important. So with this, can I go back? Why is this important? When I checked the university, it didn't even have a website, by the way, so it was not even existing in the ranking. After 8 years, and consistently, if you look at these ranking platforms where African universities feature, we are consistently in the top 10. You can say, okay, some of these rankings are not good for quality. Yes, maybe yes, but I think maybe no. There's something they're looking at that other institutions they don't have, that you have by looking at the websites. And I think by itself demonstrates an index of quality in a way. Can you help again to go back to the slides? Okay, there we are. I'm giving 5 minutes here, okay. The presentation is just starting, give me 5 minutes. So how do I play this quickly? Now let's go to the next one. Okay, so the other experience I wanted to share is on sharing quality of higher education across borders. Now this was an initiative of World Association of Universities, recognizing the expansion of internationalization in higher education, and they gave a statement. The statement had some guiding principles and policy framework on how to do internationalizations so that it is fair and transparent between the institutions involved. I invite you to go and search for it. So they also provided a checklist on how to do that. So there's a policy framework on how to do internationalization, but there's a checklist on how you can do that at institutional level. So who are these World Association of Universities? Is International Association of Universities, Association of Universities of Colleges of Canada, and Council for Higher Education Accreditation, and American Council on Education. And they do pledge the government to look into these principles, making sure that they are adopted within national policies and so on and so forth. So there are already in the world some efforts to put in guiding principles and policies on internationalization of higher education in order to enhance the quality. Briefly, the case of India. India, in 2020, they developed a national education policy and science, technology, and innovation policy. Among the objectives is to strengthen global competitiveness of Indian education, Indian universities, that is enhancing quality. There's extensive focus in those policies on highest global standards of quality in higher education. And they have strategies to promote internationalization in higher education, such as developing global partnerships, increasing international collaboration, and improving education quality. Now, this is as well, in addition to those policy documents, the Grant Commission is called University Grants Commission is like the commissions we have here, TCU and CUE of India. Building on those policies, they developed guidelines, where they called them guidelines for internationalization of higher education, with the following emphasis: internationally relevant curricula, branding building of Indian higher education institutions abroad, academic and research collaboration with foreign institutions, credit recognition under twinning arrangements, global citizenship approach, and engaging with foreign alumni. So these are in some of the efforts to build on quality through internationalization. But the one I liked most, although I'm finishing now here, the one I like most is this one. And I invite everybody as practitioner to look into this book. This book is written by OECD. It's about quality and internationalization in higher education. Very interesting read. It was published in 1999. It had 3 main objectives. It introduces the concept of internationalization of higher education and quality assurance. How do you include internationalization into quality assurance processes? It gives an overview of the internationalization quality review process. Internationalization quality review process, which is part of the quality assurance mechanism. And case of 6 case studies in 6 countries in different 4 continents. And then it provides guidelines for internationalization quality review process. How do you review quality through internationalization in universities? At the moment here, we do institutional quality assurance, and we do program quality assurance. This is like expanding a dimension of quality assurance into internationalization and providing principles on how to do that. I'll skip that one. Now, there are a number of papers interesting. One is the concept itself, internationalization of higher education, quality assurance of internationalization, and internationalization of quality assurance. An introduction to the internationalization quality review process, project and process, and quality assurance instruments and their relationship to IQRP. What is more important is they also provide guidelines for the internationalization quality review process. How do you do quality assurance by looking at internationalization? And there's a very nice simple guideline that looks into outline of the self-assessment. They look at internationalization policy and strategies, organizational and support structures, academic programs and students, research and scholarly publications, on contracts and services. So they really touch on specific collaborative activities through international, that leads into internationalization, into this quality assurance guideline framework for IQRP. And in that book, I could also see among the 6 case studies, one is Moore University. Although it was not a pilot, particularly for IQRP as a quality assurance mechanism, I think it was required by a project that they wanted to do with Global North. They told them, why don't you do this so that we see your readiness into internationalization within the institution. So the lessons learned, I know it's been long, that internationalization is a powerful tool in advancing quality in higher education. It is part of many universities' missions and strategies, and one of the major functions of universities today, depending on the strategic vision of the leadership. And there are already deliberate and concerted efforts to promote it and ensure institutions reap its vast benefits towards enhancing quality. Also, we've seen that there are also efforts to integrate it into quality assurance processes. So what could we do? And this is conclusion. One is for partner states to consider internationalization in national higher education policies, as India has done. The other one, recommendations for IUC and Commission Council for Higher Education, is to advocate for internationalization for advancing quality at national and institutional level. The other one is to promote internationalization by identifying and rewarding institutions that focus on internationalization. We don't have to do what others have done. Can we come up with a methodology to promote internationalization? For example, regular ranking of institutions based on, say, Institutional Internationalization Index. Imagine Institutional Internationalization Index whereby peer-reviewed, the institution that subscribe to it. IUC is developing a mechanism for peer reviewing with some guidelines, could be based on IQRP, to identify their strength in internationalization, and then we publish that list at the end of the day. Who is the top in internationalization? Who is the second? Who is the third? We promote internationalization without ranking. But the other one are to develop policy frameworks and guiding principles for internationalization. I think IUC can do that, and commissions can also do that. And the other one is to see if, you don't have to copy, to see if there's a need to include internationalization in general quality assurance practices by developing East African guidelines for internationalization of quality review, internationalization quality review process. Do you want to do that? I want experts maybe to look into that book to see, are we in a position to include, maybe we have a 6th volume now, right? We have 5 volumes, we added another volume, which provide guidelines for IQRP, internationalization quality review process. Do you want to do that? I said to see, we don't have to copy. But the Institutional Internationalization Index, it can be done. It can be done. And finally, for institutions, I think we could integrate internationalization in institutional visions, missions, and strategies. The mission of State University of Zanzibar, when I went there, I revised the mission and the vision. And the vision was to be the preferred university in Eastern Africa region. And I used to tell my staff, you know, we don't have a benchmark in the region because we want to be the best than anybody. So you have to have a very clear and articulative, focused vision. But the other one was, the mission was to provide quality and relevant education. Now, quality is an issue. So they were embedded within the mission and vision. And to develop, the other one is to develop appropriate institutional policies and supportive structures. And finally, last but not least, is to integrate internationalization to the performance contracts of university leaders, especially vice chancellors. They should be tasked. That is their main job. It is their role to carry a flag around the world looking for partnerships. And this is what I was doing. I was a member of different other institutions. I was carrying that flag. I remember I went to one of the largest international internationalization event called NAFSA. Anyone knows NAFSA in the US? NAFSA, you can Google search. Over 10,000 scholars attend every year. It was in Los Angeles. For the first comers into that conference, we were invited before it started, and they asked, who wants to say anything in this conference? I said, I want to say something. I said, well, I came here. I'm looking for partners. And our main approach is Swahili. That's where our strength is. By the way, exchange of students with Swahili was another area of internationalization we did very well, in partnership with a lot of institutions in the USA and even Europe. And after that, surprisingly, 3 institutions said, you know what? We already have MOU with you. 2 from the US, 1 from Japan. And others came. So this is what a vice chancellor needs to do. And we were getting a lot of international students to come and learn Swahili for that particular matter. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening, and I hope I made sense with my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Rai. Let's appreciate Professor Rai. I think he's brought home our theme for our discussion this week, simplifying that to advancing quality of higher education through internationalization. I'll now invite Professor Tashmin, who is going to take us through the next session.
Thank you very much. I think, we've had a lot of sitting down. Can I ask you all to stand up while Azra Nassim is being enabled? And can I ask you just to say, shake hands with the person next to you? Okay, just shake hands on the other side. All right. And do we have Azra Nassim enabled? Yeah? Okay, so you can... Okay, so we have, if I can ask you to sit down, because, you know, the most important part of conferences is this kind of networking. And the networking happens over lunch. And lunch is already delayed, so we don't want to delay it any further. So this next session, we are going to curtail to 30 minutes. My name is Professor Tashmin Khamis. I am the Vice Provost for Quality Teaching and Learning at the Aga Khan University. And even more proudly to say I was the second president after Dr. Mawa of EQUAN. So it's very nice to see some colleagues here. I also have the pleasure of introducing my colleague, who you can see on the screen, who unfortunately could not make it from Pakistan, although her colleague at the back, Aisha, is here representing Pakistan. And we heard from our IUCA Executive Director how in Pakistan, the Aga Khan University has used the handbooks to quality, the roadmap to quality in our own quality assurance framework. So really what you have done is we have taken your work global. Now, Azra is also taking her work global. She is the Director of Blended and Digital Learning in our network of quality teaching and learning, and a faculty member at our Institute of Educational Development. She's also a senior fellow of the Higher Education Academy. And she was tasked to lead for AKU the whole transition to online learning during COVID. And she did such a good job that actually her work was recognized in a paper documenting this process by Emerald Literati Award for Outstanding Paper for 2021, I believe it was. In addition, Azra's work, where she actually developed blended and digital learning, online manuals and training, was picked up by a Canadian organization, Academics Without Borders. And today, they are using Azra and AKU's work with our help to actually support other universities and LMICs to transition to blended and online learning using best practice. So this is an excellent example, following on our previous speaker, of partnership from the global south to the global north. So we're very, very proud of that. So Azra, we are going to, I know you were given an hour, but we are going to cut it down to 15 minutes and then have some questions. So over to you, Azra. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. As you know, the title of Azra's presentation is Exploring the Transformative Role of Technology and Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education, Innovations, Challenges, and Opportunities. Over to you, Azra.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. I'm really sorry that I'm not able to join you in person today, but I'm really honored that I've been given the opportunity to talk to you and share some of my thoughts and some of the experiences remotely. So, and as Professor Tashmeen has mentioned, I was given slightly longer, but I will try to speak for about 15 to 20 minutes so that we can have a little bit of time for discussion. All right, so there are three things that I want to focus on today. Talk a little bit about the trends, some challenges, and some opportunities. And before I go into the trends, I would like you to take out your cell phones. I'm sure everybody has their cell phones with them. Please take out your cell phones, turn on the camera, scan this QR code. So just a little bit of, because I'm not there, so I would like to engage with you in other ways. And so please, may I request everybody to take out your cell phones and scan this QR code. I hope everybody has access to the internet. Those who are online can just go to menti.com. Menti.com, and when you're there, just type the code 15422991. Okay. All right. So when you're on the screen, you should be able to, let's see. So when you're on the link, you should be able to see a question, and the question is, yeah. If AI could do anything for you, what would you tell that AI to do? And let's see, I have 4 responses, but I'd love to hear from a few more participants. Okay, so somebody has said that they would ask AI to write for them. Okay, stop students from cheating in exams. That's fabulous. Okay, I wonder how AI would do that. Teleport me to office and back home so that I don't have to be stuck in traffic. Whoever wrote this, I'm totally with you. I would also do that. And I would also ask AI to teleport me to different places. Write reports, lend me your brain. Yes, find me a kind husband. I think that's just really fabulous. I want to hit a like button there. Prepare workshops, cook for me, of course. Mark exams, all right. This has to be a teacher, a comment from a teacher, because we do spend a lot of time marking exams. So yes, AI should be able to do it. Automate repetitive administrative tasks so I can focus on student engagement and more meaningful work. Lovely. I love all the responses. Develop how the future will be. Read a book and summarize it for me. Do a research paper. Who is that? We want to know. Give ideas. So lots of very interesting comments. Analyze literature. And can I tell you that many of the things that you have mentioned here, AI can actually do quite a few of these things. We look at how, what's happening and the current AI, how the technology is able to do some of the things, do research, tell you how to stop students from cheating and so on. Lovely. Let's look at the second question. Now, these are all, of course, we would ideally like AI to do a lot of things for us, but at the same time, what sort of fears or concerns you have of using generative AI in higher education? I can see from the previous responses that many of us are concerned about students' use of generative AI, particularly for writing assignments and so on. So that is clearly a fear that we all have, but are there any other fears? We have plagiarism, loss of truth. Absolutely, absolutely. And this is such a big concern, not knowing the boundaries are blurring between reality and fiction. Used it unwisely and unethically, that it stops the learning process. Yeah, absolutely. Loss of creativity. Plagiarism seems to be an important one, which is several people have talked about it, lack of critical thinking. Somebody has said that they don't have any fear. That's fantastic. Churning out half-baked graduates, that's huge, particularly from the quality assurance perspective. It kind of challenges the whole idea of higher education and the role of the universities. So dehumanization of the whole learning process, human stupidity, wow. Some very strong fears and concerns. So thank you for sharing these. And let's look at within this context where we are in terms of trends that we're seeing globally. So I have pulled out some information for you from 2024 higher education trends. So one is from EduCause, the other is from a consulting company, Deloitte. And I've also pulled out something from Inside Track. So three different places for us to look at what are the predictions or what are we seeing as higher education trends. And if we look at these trends, what's interesting is that although each of these trends have many different areas, there's one trend which is consistent across organizations, and that is around artificial intelligence. And therefore, the questions that I asked earlier were related to artificial intelligence because it seems to be a trend that has literally shaken the higher education community. And so particularly from the quality assurance perspective. And so I will be focusing quite a bit on that. We've all heard in the last couple of years that AI can be a powerful tool for transforming education. We have heard this in various talks. We have read it in blogs and publications. But really, we need to step back and ask ourselves, what exactly do we mean by this? What is this transformative educational experience enabled by artificial intelligence? What exactly are we talking about? What is that transformative education? Now, very quickly, I'm sure everybody knows, but artificial intelligence is a concept which the work on this concept started many, many, many years ago. And the first time the term was used in 1955 by McCarthy and his team, where they talked about artificial intelligence as science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. And so the idea was to make machines so powerful that they could function like human beings. And therefore, if we look at the whole sort of the artificial intelligence, we can see that there is a narrow version of artificial intelligence, which is all about, things like virtual assistants. We look at recommendation systems, for example, on Netflix. We have recommendation systems, we have image recognition algorithms, and so on. And narrow artificial intelligence just focuses on one thing. The other part of artificial intelligence, the type, is artificial general intelligence. And here is where we expect to see artificial intelligence behaving like humans. And in terms of their cognitive abilities and including, reasoning, problem solving, understanding natural language. And we're seeing some evidence of that. The right, at the end of the spectrum is the artificial superintelligence, which is really an expectation, something that we want artificial intelligence to surpass human intelligence in every aspect. We're not there yet, thank God. But the idea is that the research in artificial intelligence should take us to super artificial intelligence. Now, with this, generative AI became a very popular term for all of us when ChatGPT was launched. Now we have Bard and, Copilot. Now Bard is Gemini and so on. The idea here is that this is a type of artificial intelligence that can generate human-like content, images, words, and so on in response to the prompts or the instructions that we provide. So the generative AI can create text and images and even sound. And generative AI is actually trained on large amounts of data that is available. Okay, so the data available on the internet, but the other data as well. It is trained, and as a result, it is able to produce a response based on the instructions that we provide. Some of the examples of artificial intelligence from our context are, I've just taken some news headlines that artificial intelligence actually influences what we see on Facebook and Instagram. So the algorithms actually change to give us the information, okay, on the links that we see on Facebook, Instagram, and so on. Similarly, there's another news, TikTok's For You feed risks pushing children and young people towards harmful mental health content. And the third one that I picked up is why Google may rank artificial intelligence content over original news. And so when somebody earlier on mentioned that, not truth could disappear, that's a real concern. Let's look at a few other examples. Let me just show you. So if there's a website, and on this particular website, we can look at, so here is the image. There are two images, and a question that I would ask is, can you tell me which one is real person and which one is fake? Any thoughts from anybody? Anyone in the audience, any idea which image is real, the right or the left? The child's image or the woman's image? Which one do you think is real? Any response, anybody? You can write in the chat window, or you can just...
Azra, some people are saying you really can't tell. But do people want to guess? Others?
Yeah, just guess. Just guess.
What do you guess? Okay, so maybe the baby is real and the lady is not real.
All right, so let's say, so the woman is real, and I'm going to now click on the woman's image, and let's see. Okay, so the child, the baby is real, actually. The image of the baby is real, and the image of the woman is fake. But you just saw that how hard it is. Even with the current generative AI or the current technology that we have access to, it's really hard for us to tell the difference between real and fake. And, it's going to get, of course, it's going to keep improving. Another example that I wanted to share is, some of you might have heard about this. So China has launched a really big experiment in AI and how AI is being used in education to track student engagement. Remember, we all, as educators and even as quality assurance professionals, we all worry about student engagement. We want our education, our teaching and learning to be engaging. And so as you can see, the kids are wearing these devices, and these devices actually indicate to the teacher to what extent a child is actually engaged in the learning process in the classroom. And the teacher gets all the data on their tablet. And with the information, the real-time information, the teacher kind of, changes the strategy, the pedagogy, and so on. So there is AI. Another example is very recently, you may have heard about this, of a teacher-less AI classroom where in UK, a school has launched the first teacher-less classroom where all the children have been given these devices. And there is a not a holographic, but an artificial intelligence enabled teacher, a virtual teacher. So there's no real teacher in the class, which is available. And this is happening in the UK. We've also seen an example, for example, University of Sydney in Australia, where the teachers have actually created their digital twins or their double using generative AI to help their students. I'm sure many of us who are sitting there have often felt that I wish I had another me who could provide students feedback and respond to their questions and do all of that. And so University of Sydney faculty are actually working on creating their twins and their double and to help students with the learning process. In our own context at the Aga Khan University, we have developed a chatbot, and we are experimenting with a chatbot to help our students read journal articles. And I know I have very limited time, but I just want to quickly show you. So basically, this is a scholarship of teaching and learning grant. And I'll just give you an example of a session. So for example, here is the article that students have to read, and here is a chatbot that students can use to read the article. And it's a research study, so we're still, collecting data to understand the effectiveness of this type of teaching tool. Now, with all of this, what are the challenges? What are we saying? One big challenge, as many of you had identified in the beginning, is assessment of all learning. It's a huge, huge challenge, and educators around the globe are still grappling with the challenges. Let me give you an example. There's a recommendation that we need to give more authentic assignments, and we need to give detailed instructions and so on. So I took an assignment. As you can see, these are the instructions, the detailed instructions for an essay task. And I gave ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT, write me this assignment. And this is the response. And I've just copied and pasted. And as you can see, it actually has addressed every single point which was asked in the instructions. Similarly, this is a task for infographic. We've also heard that we need to give more alternate assignments, alternate assessments. And so here is a teacher who is very creative and asked the students to create infographics and also do a bit of writing. I put all of it in generative AI, and look what I got. I got an infographic created by AI, and I got a response from ChatGPT. It's a reflection on AI's role in education. So what are we saying? There's a big, big concern around assessment, and how do we address this issue? Because these chatbots and generative AI tools seem to be getting smarter and smarter and are able to complete the assignments, even if we try to create an authentic assignment or alternate assessment task. Some of the considerations, clearly we've heard from the previous speakers, they're ethical, are all around academic integrity, the deep fakes, But the other question is around data privacy. For example, if we use these chatbots and these generative AI tools to provide students feedback or use, so who owns student data? How do we, what ownership do we grant to the chatbots? There is bias, there is hallucination, because remember, these AI tools are trained on data that is already out there. And if the quality of data is poor, and if it's biased data that these bots are trained on, then the results that they produce will also be biased. But for us in the low and middle income countries, a big concern is equitable access. Do all our students and our teachers have access to these tools? What about the cost? And what about the important bit is their AI literacy? Okay, and finally, we're looking at the impact on learning in terms of creativity, teacher-student relationship that several you have talked about. We've also heard that let's use an AI detection tool to detect plagiarism, or find out if students have submitted their own assignment or if it's written by an AI tool. And what we're seeing is that these AI detection tools are not reliable at all. They falsely accuse students for whom English is not their first language. So these are biased for non-native. And so we in low and middle income countries have to be very cautious when we use AI detection tools. So where do we go from here, the opportunities? And I do believe that based on the work that we have been involved in at Al Khan University, I feel that there are huge opportunities for us to transform higher education. And the kind of questions we have to ask that, will AI really replace humans? Or what would be like higher education to look like in the next 10 years? So what I'm seeing is that we need to focus on using artificial intelligence to enhance human capacity and not replace them. So we've got to be very intentional, very deliberate. We need to create assignments that actually give students the agency and ownership and commitment to something that's absolutely relevant to them and their lives. The institutions, the universities, the commissions, we all need to create AI guidelines and support the development of infrastructure for universities to adopt them, and most importantly, invest in professional development. I'll just give you some examples at the Al Khan University. Since last year, we have been running professional development sessions for our faculty, for our staff, for our students. And we call them AI in Education Playground, because we want to encourage everyone to play with these new tools, explore them, understand their potential, understand their limitations. And as they do that, they'll be able to develop a newer understanding of how to transform education. Our university has also created guidelines for staff, for faculty, for students. If you're interested, you can scan the QR code and you can look at our university's guidelines. These guidelines are benchmarked against international guidelines, and they focus on enabling our faculty, staff, students to use these AI tools in a thoughtful, systematic manner, keeping in mind the academic integrity. And we're also incorporating newer technologies along with AI. We're incorporating things like augmented reality. You can see our students are playing with augmented reality here, where a giraffe has just come to their class. Similarly, they're using VR headsets. So some of the experiments that are happening in the global north, our university has also started exploring some of these newer technologies and the potential for our context. And let me share with you that the group of students who have explored these tools have commented that these technologies have huge potential to provide educational opportunities to students and children from marginalized regions, because if they cannot travel, they cannot go and visit different facilities and so on, they can at least virtually experience them. So the huge potential for us, but we have to keep in mind the challenges. Finally, I'll just stop here and ask you, it's okay, you don't need to go to the QR code because we don't have the time, but I'd like you to think about how can Equan Forum participants, all of you, influence change, keeping in mind what's happening in the sphere of technology and innovation. And I'm going to stop here. And I'd be happy to take any questions you might have. So over to you, Dr. Tashmeen.
Thank you so much, Azra. I could see people were very engaged and using their phones to take down some of those QR codes. Do we have any quick questions to Azra? I know it was a very informative session. Anyone with any questions? As people are thinking, Azra, maybe one question from my side, and that is, you brought up the issue of equity. And I just wondered, in terms of coming from LMICs, whether it's you in Pakistan or us in East Africa, how might we start to influence the algorithms so that what we get back is more representative of us? That's one question. And the other is, a lot of us have started without maybe thinking much about using AI tools, for example, to record our meetings, to give us our minutes on Zoom. And I sometimes wonder about the ethics of that, seeing as these are closed, confidential meetings. Are we breaking any ethical rules in doing that? So maybe you could start with those questions, and I'll look out for any more hands that go up.
Okay, great questions as usual, Dr. Tashmeen. So for the first one about how do we influence the training of these bots and the algorithms and stuff, interestingly, for ChatGPT and the tools created by OpenAI, a lot of the data or the bot training actually took place in Kenya. So it was a Kenyan engineers and who were involved in training these, and unfortunately, I mean, there was a whole issue around how they were not compensated and stuff, and that's how the word got out, and we found out that it was the training of these bots actually took place. I think that there are a number of ways in which we can influence this, but it's a very long process. However, if we focus on, and for example, in institutions like Equan or a consortium of universities who are actively engaged in research around artificial intelligence, or actually actively scholars who are actively exploring their use in the social and the educational and other spheres, come together, then this will create a very strong influential voice. And so the companies who are involved in training these tools, because there are models that are being trained, right? They will be able to influence them. The other way is for our students to actually, our universities to encourage students to experiment with some of these technologies actively and understand how the training takes place, how the data bias can be addressed. And I think so active engagement from my perspective is one way of influencing that. The other question, Dr. Tashmeen, you asked about the ethics of using tools to record meetings and stuff. Couple of things. For some of the technologies, like for example, if you're using the application in Zoom, the information that we have available, that it's a proprietary, and if you have an institutional license, and so your data will be protected, right? But if it's a free tool, then of course there are questions. The important thing is that anybody who's using these tools needs to disclose them. So for example, if you're recording a meeting, for AI to document it, it's very important for people who are part of that meeting to know that you are using an AI tool, and so so one can make informed choices. The reason I'm saying is that with the integration of a lot of these tools, with the technology that we're already using, like our word processors and our even the WhatsApp and everything, where AI is integrated, knowing is very important. One needs to know that there is an AI behind the scenes who's reading or listening, so that we can make informed choices. It'll be very, very difficult for us in a few years' time to differentiate between AI integrated and non-AI integrated because of the way it's getting embedded. But disclosing, letting people know, being very transparent about the use of AI, I think that's perhaps the way to go.
Thank you, thank you. I see a question here. Yes.
Yes, it's actually not a question. You've answered most of my questions, but I needed to put this out there. Instead of looking for forms in which to police or catch the students, playing the hide and seek, these things are here to stay, and more are going to come. So we are going to catch in the air, in the water, in the soil. I don't see it happening. We simply need to adapt. I think we need to have discussions of adapting, seeing how we can use it in an acceptable format, as opposed to stopping it when we know that they're here to stay. So that's the direction I would like for us to take, and maybe you can help us with what you're doing wonderfully. You can actually help us to think through creatively how we can adapt it and make universities accept. That is the direction I would like for us to take. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, that was a comment. I think we'll just take one last question. As it's a woman, I'll definitely allow it. So, okay, that's the final question, Azra. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. That was a very, very insightful presentation that you have done. Mine is just a concern. I see universities in Kenya, maybe, having a curriculum in AI. And my question is, can there be a curriculum in AI? And if there is, what is the content? I don't know whether the question is, because the tools can be trained, yes, but could there be a curriculum?
So if I may just share, just very quickly, at our university, at the Aga Khan University, we are in the process of creating a curriculum for students of our medicine program. And the focus of the curriculum is really to enhance students' critical AI literacy. So we're not focusing on we are talking about tools and stuff, but we also know that tools will continue to evolve. The important thing is today's students need to have critical AI literacy so that they can continue to learn new AI tools. They can understand how these tools are trained, how these models are trained, how tools are created, and how they will impact their professional roles in the future. And I think that instead of taking a purely theoretical approach to AI curriculum, it would be really important to create a curriculum that creates a balance between knowledge acquisition, but really development of competencies. So that's what I would advise. And again, Dr. Tashmeen is there, and we are very happy to work in collaboration and share our experiences, share the lessons that we've learned, and support the universities to enhance critical AI literacy of students, staff, faculty, and so on. So thank you.
Okay, well, I've been asked to stop because lunch, oops, they've even shut off my mic. Okay, they even shut off my mic, Azra, so that really tells you they want me to stop. But thank you for the session. I think it's generated a lot of food for thought, and for the message that AI is here to stay, and we need to learn to play with it. Thank you for your patience, Azra, in starting the session late. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Another round of applause to our speaker and to my former president, Tasmin. Let's give her another round of applause for steering us through. We are now ready for lunch. We are going to have 40 minutes of lunch so that we can redeem some 20 minutes from our lunch time. And we will proceed with the second presentation on artificial intelligence. And then the other presentations will follow. Lunch coupons are being given out. Please receive your coupon before you go out so that you can have lunch together with us. The online participants, we are breaking for lunch. We are sorry that we did not engage you this time to invite questions and comments from you, but all the comments are being captured and appropriately they will be responded to. So let's have a 1 hour break and we return after 1 hour for 40 minutes, after 40 minutes for our, I see people were excited when I talked about 1 hour. 40 minutes. So let's have 40 minutes break, and I am informed the lunch is served at the Nyama Choma restaurant, and it's a distance, so we are going to walk and exercise ourselves going and coming. So I'm sure by the time we return, the food will have settled. So have a nice lunch, and please enjoy your lunch. So if you have received your coupon, please proceed for the lunch. Take the walk, cross the bridge. The hotel people are ready to direct us. As we continue with the networking over lunch. Thank you very much. You confirm for me. Confirm for me. Confirm for me. The hotel manager is there over there. The hotel manager is over there. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you back for the afternoon session, and thank you very much for you who are seated here for observing time. The 40 minutes, you kept it, and I believe the walking to and from has enabled us to refresh a bit, and we are ready to start our afternoon engagement. We want to redeem time, and today, although we are supposed to end by 4, you will understand that we shall extend the time to 5 to enable us to have all the presenters to present their papers, to share their knowledge with us so that we can gain from their input. With that, allow me now to introduce and welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Samuel Ochen. Dr. Samuel Ochen is the Senior Quality Assurance Officer from Soroti University, and is here to share with us on following the previous presentation on the same theme, focusing on technology and artificial intelligence in higher education institutions, review of innovation, challenges and opportunities that are there with AR. With that, I would like to invite Samuel to make his presentation. Samuel, you're welcome.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Ochen Samuel, and I'm presenting a paper on artificial intelligence. This paper is a work in progress. I'm still working on this paper, and it will be published when it's when all the issues are handled. And especially, I welcome your comments, your views, so that this this document comes out as a quality and a proper document. That's the layout of my presentation this afternoon. And as the previous speaker made, she said a lot on artificial intelligence and technology. And as a way of beginning this, I would only want to admit that we can only surpass artificial intelligence by standing on its shoulders. And that is a saying by higher education, inside higher education. That's one of the journals, and those are one of the people who have written so much about artificial intelligence. As a way of starting this, we all know that artificial intelligence has become a common thing, especially in industries and even in higher education institutions, especially because of the opportunities it presents. It presents opportunities in teaching and learning, the opportunities in administrative, in terms of enhancement of administrative tasks, and it drives innovation. That's according to ALMI 2023. Artificial intelligence tools are widely used in education institutions. For example, intelligent tutoring, which helps or provides personalized adaptive learning experiences to the students. When artificial intelligence tools are used well, we are able to identify the different needs of the students and tailor learning according to the needs of those students. Other tools, such as natural language processing, allows computers
to interpret, understand, and generate human languages. As a result, many applications have been developed. For example, chatbots. These applications help students to raise questions on different assignments and get feedback, and also facilitating an online discussion. I would also want to note, as a way of introduction, that artificial intelligence is not a new concept. It is just being taken seriously now and being adopted. Otherwise, as early as 1950s, Alan Turing identified and proposed an operational definition for artificial intelligence. And in that definition, he highlighted that artificial intelligence is defined as ability of machines to perform tasks that humans perform with no difference. It is the art of creating or making machines to perform human tasks, and these human tasks, are those which are very critical. For example, decision making, problem solving, and conducting learning and teaching. Some of those tasks are associated more with human beings, but studies reveal that most of the work was started earlier to see how to incorporate machines into all those activities. This study, I'm going to use a systematic literature review. And in this study, a systematic literature review is a rigorous and a very extensive process, which requires identifying a number of articles, a number of journals which are published in this topic of artificial intelligence. However, we should note that the issue of systematic literature review has got a bias because of the limitations of data, limitations of time. But to ensure that I achieve my intention of properly using a systematic review, I will use limiters. We will put there time limits. For example, I will consider the time between 2000 to 2004 to get all the relevant data that I need for this study. We'll also put considerable effort to ensure that the data which is accessed is got from credible and published journals. Much of my discussion on those pages, that's why I've left it there, but soon, let me finish what I'm discussing, then we can move to the next ones as I wind up. So looking at the opportunities which are presented by artificial intelligence is mainly in the areas of teaching, research, and administrative tasks. The earlier presenter tasked us to raise questions on the possible areas you'd want to get information. Say, if it is teaching, you would get all the information you need. So we see that artificial intelligence simplifies the role of teaching because it can identify the needs of the learners, get personalized experiences of the students, and tailor learning to those particular students. In terms of research, students take little time. If you ask someone if you give someone an assignment now, someone will give you answers in the next 5 minutes or even less, depending on where the person is. So these tools, artificial intelligence tools, eases research. then it also helps perform some administrative tasks. There was a question which was asked, which we'll address later, in terms of how this artificial intelligence can help us perform all those roles. Then also the other thing will come to us as quality assurance practitioners. How do we ensure that the learners, researchers, and all other stakeholders who are using artificial intelligence are able to use it rightly without breaching the academic procedures. Among the key challenges is the issue of loss of critical thinking. You give someone a question, someone will need his phone or a computer to generate answers. That does not make learners to think outside their situations or outside the box. This can result into the death of scholarly writings, because people will not really sit down and reason out and see how their conditions, prevailing conditions in their areas can be handled. And definitely there are other issues which were raised on ethics. It is very difficult to incorporate the issue of ethical matters when handling when using artificial intelligence. But I'm glad to note that many countries are now setting up task forces to regulate, to see how to regulate and to see how to produce guidelines which both students and all other researchers who intend to use artificial intelligence, how to follow. As noted, artificial intelligence requires detailed information about students. And this is not a norm in education. This is not a good practice in education. Getting very detailed information about the students, that compromises on privacy and security matters. Therefore, the objective of this study is to examine the role of artificial intelligence in higher education institutions, highlighting the opportunities and challenges. As I noted earlier, this is a systematic review, and for me to get all the information required for this study, that's the main question I asked. The main question is to formulate an understanding and knowledge on technology readiness framework, to regulatory framework on issues of artificial intelligence. And to go specifically, this study will identify the various tools of artificial intelligence used in higher education institutions. It will highlight some opportunities which I've discussed. Will not repeat on that. It will also highlight on the challenges posed, which we have touched. So in terms of the methodology of this study, I highlighted that I'll use a systematic review, and in systematic review, there are 5 steps which are followed when carrying this any systematic review, according to Denier and Transfield 2009. These 5 steps involve question formulation. You formulate a question, for example, on artificial intelligence or any other area you want to study. Locate the studies. In locating the studies, we can use the various search engines. We can use Google Scholar. We can use any other available search engine to get the various studies which are being done on the topic. We shall do study selection and evaluation. We identify the various studies which speak to the subject of concern. analysis and theses, all those other issues that are considered. So those are the basic 5 steps which are considered during this systematic review. And as indicated earlier, we identify what we need to study, put those keywords, search for them, then definitely in terms of at the level of selection and evaluation, we shall have both the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Because as we shall see shortly in the next slide, as we can see in the next slide there, after searching on the topic of artificial intelligence, there were many articles which were speaking about artificial intelligence. But there's a criteria on inclusion. One of the things which were considered were issues like, when was the article published? Is it in a reputable journal? Whatever was presented in a conference, in a discussion, was excluded. And that's why you see that in all these stages, the number of articles kept on dropping, because it was subjected to the 5 steps of systematic review. At the end of the day, I have to write this article. I'm going to rely on 54 articles out of the 135, 0111, which were identified during the search. So those 54 are considered in the sense that because they speak to the topic, they fit within the time frame of the which I'm studying, and they're really relevant to the study. In terms of these findings, it is indicated that, as it indicated in the findings, that most of the first graph, that is figure 3, it indicates that most of the articles were published in 2004. And out of the 54, around 42 articles were published in 2024. In 2023, there are around 10 or so articles. Then between 2001 and 2002, there were, each year there was 1 article, which from the 54, which were considered for this study in that. In terms of the geographical contribution of these articles in the figure 2, it indicates that most of the articles, up to a tune of 45.2, were from Asia, 32.5 from Europe, and the frequency of the journals, how they appeared in different journals, are indicated on the right-hand side of that slide. Our main task as we're starting was to identify the different tools of artificial intelligence which are used. So I've identified most of these categories. I've identified a number of articles. For example, for language processing, we have I've indicated them there. For virtual teaching, I've identified a number of them, and I'm sure most of us have used some of them, and we need to explore more of them. AI-driven research, we have ChatGPT. That's all what we know, but there's so many of them which we can still use for that purpose. We have issues like for video conferencing and all others are indicated there. The findings also, one of the key findings indicates the issue of integrity, that if it is not well observed, it is likely going to be abused. And definitely we know our target, we know the learners. Our learners, the learners are mainly people who are young and they want to explore. So if we don't regulate them or give them these blank tools, the chances of abuse. I would like to conclude and say that artificial intelligence does a lot of things. As we have highlighted, it can help in teaching and learning, administrative tasks. It can be used, it can be tailored to any situation, but it is incumbent upon us and the institutions to ensure that artificial intelligence is used properly, and I implore institutions. I was impressed with the Aga Khan, especially on those guidelines. If we could borrow and all of us develop guidelines for both students and the researchers and administrators on how to properly use artificial intelligence to foster higher education. As I conclude, I would like to emphasize that artificial intelligence I'll conclude with this saying that artificial intelligence will force us humans to double on those talents and skills that only humans possess. And this helps to allay the fear that artificial intelligence has come to replace humans. And I would like to guarantee you that artificial intelligence will tell you what it can't do. It cannot pretend like us humans. If you give it an assignment and it cannot perform it, it will tell you, this one I cannot do it. Meaning that one is assignment now for humans. I thank all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ochen Samuel, for that presentation, following the earlier presentation on this topical issue of artificial intelligence. If we don't double our efforts, artificial intelligence will force us to double. So with that, I would like to invite a few questions or comments, and then after that we invite the second panel of presenters. Let someone help me to move the microphone. We will take the questions all at once, and then he responds once. For the online participants, we request you to raise your hand. This time we would like to take 1 or 2 questions from online participants. You are also free to send your message on the chat, and we are going to capture it, and the speakers will address it quickly. Can we have this table quickly? The two at this table. The two first.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is the issue of originality. If somebody produces something using AI as a research paper or a homework or whatever, is that plagiarism? Is that original or what? So I need to be guided on that. But also, there's some saying which says that if you want to hide something from a black person, perhaps I'll be more specific, write it down. Don't you think now this AI is now even not going to kill us even more? That we are now going to be non-knowledgeable, non-critical. You said yourself that there's the problem of critical thinking. And we need a community where people can think critically. I read something on BBC, and they were saying that the Generation Z and the millennials, they cannot communicate through phones. They can chat quite effectively, but they cannot take a call or call somebody and speak. So we are even losing the communication skill. And even when it comes to administration, whereby you say it's good for administrative tasks, some administrative tasks require empathy, emotional intelligence, which will be missing. So don't just do things because the AI has told you, but you need to think beyond the norms, the regulations and guidelines. Perhaps those are enough for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those questions.
Dr. Chen, thank you for your presentation. The one talking is Sister Maria Goretti. Mine is, did you come across, or how do you take care of creativity and legal in this artificial intelligence? I submit.
Have you got that? Have you captured? Okay. Let's take one or two more. Just behind you here. Just behind you here. Just behind you here. Just behind you here.
Thank you for the
Thank
presentation. I would like to know to what extent shall higher education institutions be allowed to include the AI? My daughter is at the university and she was telling me the lecturer gave us assignment and we used the AI. So I was confused to what extent will the students use AI that will not reflect plagiarism. Thank you.
Okay, to what extent? Can I have some comments or questions from this side, one or two? No, okay. If not, let's have the young man behind there first. The one behind, then we come in front.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Maxwell from the University of Nairobi, student leader. Now, Prof, you're talking about the inclusion of AI. I'll take my concern as a student because when we try to use it in analyzing our, let me say, our assignments, you find a lot of, the lecturer is saying that we should avoid plagiarism. Now, okay, we should include AI and technology in our studies. Now, should we continue using it, or what are we going to do? Or it's better to appreciate the role of AI in our studies. But then, what about the issues of, critical thinking that has now gone away? How will we think, So can you address that, please?
Okay, I'm glad that we have the voice of the students, and you can hear what they are saying. And I think that question may not be only to him, but to all of us here as higher education leaders, higher education facilitators. What do you think? What should be the role of how far can AI be used by the students? I think they want answers from us. So I think that's very important. Let's take these last two comments.
Thank you so much. My name is Margaret Chuanka from Uganda Christian University. Actually, I was going to ask about how far the students have been sensitized, and we know about ethical issues. Then what can we do?
Thank you. Yes, she has saved one minute, which I will give to one person that side.
Thank you, Doctor, for the wonderful presentation. The name is Francis Sengendo from Nkumba University, Director Quality Assurance from Uganda. My first question is that you hinted on the fact that AI is not new. And I thought you were going to take us through the philosophical aspects. Could you kindly take us through briefly the philosophy behind AI? Possibly it can help us to understand the concept more in that perspective.
Thank you very much. I request now the last one coming from a university administrator, the Vice Rector of Islamic University.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, the presenter, Dr. Jamil Serwanga, the Vice Rector in charge of academic affairs. As the moderator has said, that we need to think about the solutions. I feel as if I have a rudimentary solution. During lunchtime, I shared with the Professor Mawa that why don't we move to real-time examination in order to minimize some of the consequences of AI, especially when we give take-home assignments, because that one has become a very big challenge. Even teachers are not yet even ready to detect. In fact, we are marking robots, answers from robots. In fact, if I had the time, I could even read a small statement which I took a snapshot from a student submission to my assignment. But I feel that we need to go to that level of real time if really we have real universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I request the presenter to respond. Do we have anyone online? Any comment or any hand raised from online participants? No, okay, so please proceed.
Prof, we have had the hand from Dr. Gai. I don't know if you can get this question or maybe with another series, maybe.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the concerns, intelligence particularly. Students are so lazy that they will just punch in the question, get the who on a research. Person went to a computer, brought a research proposal the way AI had given. So what I only did was to check, because different universities have different guidelines. For example, if the work is less than 30% in terms of plagiarism, it can be accepted. So this varies from university to university. There are some universities who are strict. They say 20, but others go up to 30. So if students are using these tools, these are aiding tools which is supposed to give them a guide. Then they sit down to really bring what is being asked of them to meet the purpose. But the trouble is that our students want really to do things very fast, quick fix, get, submit. And that leads to lack of critical thinking. AI does not give references, does not know your village. It just generates information without telling you even the source, who said that, who said what. So it still goes to the students. If you want to use it as a tool to get information, but sit down to get value out of it. The philosophy definitely of AI, it was meant for very complicated assignments. For example, there were difficult jobs in factories, which are risky to human beings. Those would be some of the assignments which would be, we can sacrifice for artificial intelligence. They are very risky jobs, they are very risky occupations and all these things. It was meant for that. The industries where you have to really produce a lot and human capacity cannot really do it. It was meant for that in early 50s. But however, I would like to thank you for all the comments we have raised. The issue of creativity and legal guidelines, these will differ from country to country, and we need countries to step up in building regulations for the use of artificial intelligence. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Ochen Samuel, for that interesting study that you are undertaking and the key issues that you are raising that are pertinent to higher education functions of teaching, learning, research, and even innovations. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the next chairperson, Dr. Julius Tweve, who is going to moderate the next session. And after that, he will also invite Dr. Tweve.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm Julius Tweve, as he said, former Secretary General IACAN. The topic, as you can see in the program, is about EU and Africa. Within this is Program Manager Research and Related Capacity Strengthening, Africa Population and Health Research Center. Will, as you can see, his bio is so deep. The interest about him, he has 2 masters And I met him in Taiwan when he was doing the second PhD. Go back to your papers on page 15, you'll get the details. Bwana Pio, hongera. Karibu sana utuambie mambo hapo.
Thank you so much. I sympathize with those people who are online because they cannot be able to see the presentations. So I'll be using I decided to join online so that I can be able to help those who are online to see. The chair has given me 20 minutes. And having taught in the universities, I've worked in several universities in Taiwan, in Finland, and also in Kenya before I joined an international research institution. But Chair, a PHRC is all about. So I'll take the first 5 minutes to just tell you briefly who we are at APHRC, what we do, and all that. And some of you, like the previous chair, has interacted with APHRC. Some of the guests who are here have interacted with APHRC. We have several MOUs with different institutions as well. So who are we? APHRC is actually a Pan-African policy-oriented international research organization that is headquartered here in Nairobi, and we have a regional office that serves also the Francophone African countries in Dakar, Senegal. And so this is APHRC, and we conduct research and research-related capacity strengthening initiatives in more than 35 African countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And we have a vision that we transform lives in Africa through research. We conduct research to transform lives. And we have a mission of generating evidence, strengthening the research and related capacities, areas in African R&D, and also, try and inform policy through the research we are conducting. And our values are actually indicated FIRE. We have FIRE, 4 strategic objectives where we are generating scientific knowledge. We are also developing capacities within Africa, because we do realize that African researchers need capacity. And so that's why we are actually developing capacities of researchers and use the evidence that we generate to inform policy. But we also strengthen our operational efficiency. One of the funder gave a review of APHRC, and the review that they were saying that APHRC is a peerless organization. We don't have peers. It's a research institution that does not have peers within Africa. And so we focus on these guiding principles: collaborative, innovative driven, truly African in reach, and impact oriented. And so our projects are, in 2021, these ones, we had projects all over Africa, almost all over Africa. And in 2023, we have projects in those particular countries, majorly focusing on, majority are in Kenya, of course, because we are headquartered here in Nairobi, but we have projects in many African countries. We have a multidisciplinary team. A team from Africans, majorly they are PhDs who went and studied abroad, and they are experts. APHRC was begun as an institution where people were looking at Africans saying, is there
international institution that is African-led, that can be able to draw minds from those people, great minds that are out there to come and work in Africa, to give them the life that they need within Africa and do the things that they need to do within Africa, and because to avoid the brain drain. And so APHRC came out as a solution to all this. We have an organization that can really, you don't have to go to Europe to be, to work in Europe to be paid because APHRC does the same payment like that. You don't have to go to America because APHRC is doing the same thing. And African institution to win the Global Healthy Workplace Award. And also the good financial grant practice at the platinum level. And this is very important. This is very important because funders, when they look at your institutions, they don't have to do an audit of your institution. They will trust your institution. That these people, we can trust them with our funds. If we give them money to conduct research, we can be able to believe in them and do it effectively. Otherwise, you need to ask yourself, is your institution already in this kind of a level? If your institution is not in that level, then something is wrong. Because funders still look at you and they say, oh, these people, we still don't believe they can be able, they'll use the research money to pay salaries, just as what I was seeing when I was in the university here in Kenya. Sometimes the research money is being used to pay salaries. Does it happen in your institution sometimes? Somebody's saying no. That's a good one. That's a good one. But when funders see this, then they would definitely trust your institution. Now, coming back, Mr. Chair, to what I was given as a keynote presenter on fostering academic excellence through collaborative and cooperative networking between universities and industries. This is very, very important. And so I've structured my presentation in a certain kind of a format, just to give you a few and a little bit of what is still going on. And then what are the opportunities that are there? And then conclude with what I want to say. And look at this bar chart that we are presenting over here. This bar chart is indicating something here. Look at the enrollment in the higher education or tertiary education. In sub-Saharan Africa, it is believed that only 10% of the students that are being, those actually that started from the primary level, transition to tertiary level in sub-Saharan Africa. Only 10%. Compared to North Africa, 38% transition to tertiary. But comparing with the world data, look at that, 41% transition. What is happening in Africa? And another report, the Status of Global Learning Poverty Update, indicated that 90% of people in Africa cannot, by age 10, 90% cannot read with comprehension. Is that telling you something? And sometimes, you know, the World Bank report on learning to realize education's promises, they indicated these 4 things as the cause of poor quality education in sub-Saharan Africa. Number 1, they indicated that many children are unprepared. They are unprepared to learn. By the time they are going to school, they are not prepared to learn. And number 2, which they had indicated, is lack of skills and motivation of teachers. Just recently, you had, in Kenya, teachers almost were going for strike. Lack of skills and motivation. And then the other, in their report, they also indicated that late teaching and learning materials that arrive in schools late. School starts and, within 1 month, the materials are not yet there. Teachers cannot be able to get the materials to help the students. Poor management and governance. And I'm proud that Professor Chacha mentioned a few of these that were there in the report of the World Bank in sub-Saharan Africa. And then the other thing, another problem, this is African Development Bank in their report. They noted that there is a considerable mismatch between what you are teaching the students in the university and the workforce. And so what you're training the students, the employers don't need that. Have you evaluated that? The job market has changed. Are we still using the old curriculums that we had? And things are changing over time, and technology and new things are coming. Things are changing rapidly. And Africa, are we being left behind? High-income countries are adapting technology and new ways of doing things. And what about us? And so we need to reevaluate what we are giving our students. Are we preparing them for the job market? And some of these young people, I heard somebody saying that they cannot even make a phone call and talk for hours. My neighbor there was saying that they cannot even write letters. You know, you guys were always writing letters. You remember when you were in high school, you had writing pad, and you were writing letters and sending in, those letters to your girlfriend and waiting for 1 month to receive response. You remember those things. And you can write, 3 pages of, but these people, they cannot. And they lack the soft skills, the social network, professional experience. These are some things that are there. What are we not doing right in the current education that we are having in our institutions? Are we preparing our students for the future of work that is existing? And another problem that was identified by ASSET identified another problem in sub-Saharan Africa. Another problem that was identified by ASSET is lack of emphasis on STEM, TVET, and higher order of cognitive and analytical skills. And now coming with the AI, will we have students who can be able to have analytical skills? Things are changing drastically. What do you want to use? AI is good in terms of several other things, but can we be able to do something differently so that we don't lose what is important? And they said that 14.2% of tertiary graduates had science and engineering background. 14.2. And the world has moved to a technological kind of world where people are innovating things. Africa, are we innovating? Look at this. I'm coming back to you now. As even lecturers, professors, and all that, this is a report that was given by World Bank and the United Nations that, annual articles published in scientific and technical journals per million people in 2020. And look at what was happening. Where is Africa? You see where Africa is lying. Blank, 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 blank. And then I went further in that report to look at the EAC countries that are here. And looking at EAC countries, 34 in Kenya per million publications. These ones are in per million publication. 34 per million publication. Then followed by Uganda, 21 per million publication. Per million people, not per million publication, per million people. Per million people. Oh, they're stuck in the first page. Okay. Oh, let me help the online people. Okay. Apologies, online people. Okay. Chair, should I stop now? Or should I continue? Yes, I think it's showing the presenter. Put it in the normal. In the normal. Yes. Oh. Would that be okay? Yeah, the online people, let us know if you can be able to see my screen, and just let the technician know. Now, I said I was looking at the countries that are here. Look at this. And Uganda 21, Rwanda 20, Tanzania 15, Burundi and all that, and the list was South Sudan. So you can be able to see where you are in terms of articles being published per million population. And then I decided to check which are up. With Tunisia being the highest with 425, then followed by South Africa at 270. None of the EAC countries is appearing. What is happening? You have to ask yourself as you are sitting in this presentation. I mean in this forum. And the other thing I asked myself, who is innovative in Africa? Who is innovative? I looked at the data that was presented by Global Innovation Index. Presented by World Intellectual Property Organization. And they wrote a report on Global Innovation Index. And these are the top countries, the most innovative countries in the world in 2023, with Switzerland coming on top. And they gave them different index. And then I decided to say, what about EAC countries? Where are we? And looking at EAC countries, Kenya became number 100. Followed by Rwanda, number 103. Followed by Tanzania, 113. Uganda, the 121. Burundi, DRC, Somalia, and Sudan, there was no data. Could not be found in the map. Then we ask ourselves, what is happening? Then I said, let me look at the African countries. What are the top African countries? Top 10. And top 10, South Africa came on top as the most innovative country in Africa. Then followed by Morocco and Tunisia. and Botswana. And if you look at this, then Egypt, Senegal, at least Ghana, Kenya at least came on top 10, and Rwanda. But what is happening? Must we be below? Is it what we teach that makes our students not to be compatible with the industry? That they cannot be able to be innovative? And then I asked myself, who receives research grants for doing this kind of research in terms of what is going on in Africa and also, other key areas of research? And in the 6th African Union EU Summit that took place in 2022, they actually decided to support 4 key things. Number 1, scientific cooperation between researchers to develop knowledge together. Is that going on? Encourage exchange of young citizens as well as students and all that. You hear that there was some exchange long time ago where students would go to Dar es Salaam and some others would go to Kampala. Is that going on right now? When somebody is good at something, are you intending to take your students to go and learn from that particular institution? Develop partnership between universities, academia, industry, and all that. And by the way, partnership between academia, research institutions, and industry. If you are not aware. And then they are trying to invest. That money is going to be invested in health and education package. Health and education. And looking at the allocation that they gave on health and education, what is the percentage? 86.8% has been given for how many years? Since 2021 to 2027. How many have applied for this fund? Which institutions have applied since 2021 that had been allocated? We are in the middle, 2024. 2027 is almost near. How many institutions in East Africa have applied for this? Wow. Chair, you see this? Chair is giving me a bonus. Should I just close now? Yeah? And look at what they have done in they increased the funding. If you look at this figure, they increased the funding, from 122 million euros to 570 for sub-Saharan Africa. How many institutions have applied for that? Wow. Look at this. Philanthropist Bill Gates pledges additional how much? 7 billion for African countries. A long time ago, institutions such as Johns Hopkins would go to these big funders and say, we have the capacity to do research. And then they are given money, and only about 20 to 40% comes to Africa. You guys become data collectors, and they're the ones who are remaining with the money. And so funders are changing tune that they want. Why should we give high-income Global North more money, and yet this money is meant for Africa? And that's why these 3 powerhouses, you see, Bill and Melinda Gates, Wellcome, and Novo Nordisk, our executive director was invited in this meeting. Each organization has also committed 100 million USD to give towards research in Africa. That's our executive director. That is the first one from my side. That is sitting and was invited to attend this meeting. And look at the international funding. In the past 23 years, 10% of Gates Foundation's grant have gone directly to Africa. 10%, not 90. And USAID funding, 10% by 2022 had been coming directly to Africa. That the funds that have been meant for Africa. Some of the solutions that have been created by APHRC, for example, the models where we look at the academia industry collaboration include the programs like the Consortium for Advanced Research Training in Africa. How many have heard about the CATA program? And some of you might probably be graduates of CATA. That has been supported by CEDA up to a tune of 44 million USD by to date. And APHRC is co-leading this together with Wits University in South Africa. And these are African institutions that have been involved. Rwanda is there, Wits, and Malawi, Kamuzu University, and also research institutions that are part of the consortia. Kemri, Ifakara, Tanzania is also there. APHRC is co-leading this with Wits University and non-African institutions. Where are you targeting your collaboration? And these are big money. Funders will only trust people they know can be able to handle their money. It is high time you start thinking of collaborating with the people who have been in that particular field. And we also received money from the EDCTP, European Commission. EDCTP gave us money, and these are institutions, APHRC is leading, where we are actually funding fellows. We selected fellows from different African countries and took them to different universities, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University and Amref International University and Lund University. And the model that we have been using to develop the capacities of these epidemiologists in Africa to be top-notch epidemiologists in Africa is to do all these things. Number one, focus on their development, where we have several other courses, not just in the university, but also coming to industry to learn several other things, how things are being done, and also training the supervisors. I know most of you here have been supervisors. When I came to the university, I was just given students to start supervising without any good training on how to be a good supervisor. And so if your supervisor during your PhD was giving you a hell, you also give a hell to the students you are supervising. And so we engaged in training the supervisors as well. And do you know what? The research, and also we also trained them on research policy and engagement. You just don't do research and keep it in the shelves. How can your research be translated to inform policy? And those are the things that we did. And do you know what? These master students have graduated in a record time for 2 years. And all of them published. And supervisors, we were also paying the supervisors 1,500 USD after finishing your supervision. And supervisors were encouraged to make sure that the students do well and graduate. And we were supporting their research. We were supporting the publications and all that. So those things are happening. And last but not least, one of the things that happens, Mr. Chair, Bill Gates and other funders have identified one of the weaknesses here in Africa, that it is so hard to identify researchers in Africa on key areas. And it is so hard to identify institutions that conduct that are specialized, have a particular niche within Africa. So the Gates Foundation gave APHRC money, and APHRC to start building up a platform that can be able to identify researchers and, key people in Africa through publication. The chair has added me another 5 minutes. this is serious talking, eh? Is it serious business? For elevating African research, because some of our researchers here are publishing in non-recognized journals. And so their research that they have been conducting are not identified. And people look at high impact factor journals, and yet some researchers, and so APHRC is at the verge of getting the capacity of these institutions and the African journals. And by the way, if you go to Africa Research Connect, I can get to know about you right now. You tell me your name, I'll get to know about you. How many papers have you published in high-ranking journals, recognizable journals? We are at the verge of now including African journals. And so the African Research Connect will facilitate collaboration, because I want to collaborate with a particular institution, but I don't know the top researchers there. I don't know who to target. Africa Research Connect, that has been funded by Gates Foundation, is going to give. And even them as funders, they are saying, we don't know who to fund. Who can we give money? We don't know what they are doing. We have allocated this amount of money that should go to Africa. But who should we be able to give it? Now, if you allow me to just go to Africa Research Connect, just to demonstrate something, am I allowed? Just, and I'm done, Chair. And I'm done. Let me. So, those who are online, I don't know whether they can be able, let me share my screen. I think of everyone, so at least they are able to. Okay. So in the African Research Connect, my dear friends and colleagues, I can discover about you. I can discover about your institution. I can discover about the author. Let me just go to an institution so that I don't single out people here. Let me go, take which top university in Nairobi. If I want to know who are the key researchers in Nairobi University, University of Nairobi, it will give me the description. And by the way, it's using an AI technology to comb everything about you. Everything about you. And puts it over there. And Nairobi University has a total of 10,000 publications over the 67 years that it has been in operation and all that. And who are the top authors in Nairobi University? Is there anybody here from Nairobi? I can be able to get these people, top authors from Nairobi. Go and type your university. Somebody is telling me, can you check Kenyatta University? Can I check Kenyatta University? And Africa Research Connect will enhance collaboration. Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta University. There is about Kenyatta University. How many publications? Total publications that are in high-ranking databases. 2,651 in high-ranking databases. And who are the top authors in Kenya? Is your name here if you're from Kenyatta University? We can be able to, and top publications, we can be able to get them. I can single out even individuals by typing your name here. Should I? You go and look at it by yourself. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, it is high time you start thinking of collaborating with people who are in the field of research and industry to be where you are. Thank you so much.
Members, you can see the reflection of 2 PhDs and 2 masters. Am I right? It is always said, I don't see the PhD to this guy. Okay, the online people, any question? Any question from online? Okay, from the floor. Question, please. Mike, please, to Mike. Start by that, from that boy. It's not working. Okay, I will take.
This is one of the best presentation I've ever, attended or heard. It is really a very educative session. Now, you have wondered a lot when you were presenting that what is happening in Africa. Exactly what is happening in Africa is a governance issue, and you have mentioned it before, and it was also mentioned by others. We have current leaders who are running our institutions, who build bureaucratic bridges in the name of doing right thing without knowing that they are actually taking us back. I can take the case of Professor Rai. He took over a university which was run by somebody else. And he found that in that university there was no website, and other things were actually missing. And when he took over with the flexibility,
the question, please.
With the flexibility I'm coming in, the university gained reputation through partnership, research partnership, collaborations, and other exchange programs. This is what is affecting us in Africa. Our leaders are so bureaucratic that they cannot allow any idea. So what can we do with the government issue, with the bureaucracy? What can we do so that we can actually break these bridges for us to move forward? It is an issue of bureaucracy, nothing more.
Okay, please, may we take question from Luvanda online? Luvanda, can you hear me, please? Luvanda, we're waiting for you. Okay, while we're waiting for Luvanda, please, Dr. Maguma.
Thank you very much, the presenter. Mine is not a question, but I'm trying to see where the issue is and a possible solution. One, we know universities have 3 core roles: teaching and learning, research, and CSR. 2, university or higher education institutions are in a regulatory space. If you link with what the keynote speaker took us through, those 2 levels of QA and the QE, quality enhancement. Under QA, research is rare. Okay, there is minimum. The regulation so far has majorly focused on teaching and learning. So my suggestion is, I think this may require a policy and intentional approach to make sure that the QA approaches and enhancement should actually intentionally focus on those 3 core roles, including research, because academic staff, they have workload, okay? And even we know no one is promoting board research, and therefore inform policy at the institutional level, and therefore workload etc. Thank you.
Thank you. The fourth one, please. Okay, to the president here.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Awili, for that good presentation. I have 2 things to mention. Number 1, maybe I would like you to mention briefly about the good financial grant proposal if you may, so that members can get to know that there is something running of that sort. Number two, can we correlate the research output from Africa with the GDP percentage allocation to research from our national governments? That way, we will be in a position to argue and relate our research output to the first world and also South Asia, which has really pumped a lot of money in research. Our governments are doing very little. Our universities are also doing very little. Some of the universities that we have in East Africa and Africa are just glorified secondary schools, if you may, whereby it is just teaching, no research, no consultancy, no nothing. Thank you.
Okay, before you move back, there is a hand here.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I think it's been well noted by the presenter as well as the audience that research requires a lot of funding. However, we have not seen governments allocate money to research simply because the universities are not asking for it. I think the only way governments can allocate money to research is through lobbying by bodies like IUCA. So I'm thinking IUCA should take up the role of forcing governments to allocate additional funds to research and even modify the name of the ministries of education, because right now the Ministry of Educations are like Ministry of Education, Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports. Those things don't seem to be very related. Some of those work can be taken by other departments. Why can't Education Ministry simply to have teaching and research? Basically, whether it's higher or basic education, that's one function of education. The second function of education should be research. So the ministries should be uniformly named Ministry of Education and Research, so that the budget for research immediately is not hidden, and universities are asked to propose amount they need for research alongside the amount they need for teaching. In that way, I think more people will ask for funds from the university to do some research, or even the professors in the universities can ask for money for research and the money would be there. Right now, the kind of research we are having is just research being conducted by the PhD or master's students, and they are just published. And those are for getting degrees and papers. Those are not really operational research. They are not practical researches. So I think I'm now thinking IUCA should actually to be called Education and Research, and so that, and then universities should ask for money for research, specifically for research. Thank you.
Okay, up to now we have only 2 questions. Majority are comments. You have a question?
Yeah, I think, first of all, we as Africans we also need now to hold ourselves high. Because we've been caught in this neocolonialism thing, we glorify those journals in America, Europe. It's now time we also raise ours, because at the end of the day, when they do this indexing, they just concentrate on their journals, and it's business. So they tell us our journals they're not good enough, but if I publish something about Tanzania, somebody in America cannot know whether it's true or false, but my fellow Tanzanian, or at least a Kenyan or an Ugandan, they can know, but not somebody from America. So it's time we also elevate our journals and stop looking down at them, because even the presenter said that they will now include the African journals. So they only checked on the European and American, and that's not good. In South Africa, students and instructors are sponsored by their universities through government money to go and present in international conferences. In many other African countries, even the top professor cannot be given money to go to a conference. So that's a problem. So we need to look at that. But again, we also need to know that when these Melinda and Bill Gates and others bring their money, they have their own agenda. which at times does not sit well with agendas of other countries. In Tanzania at one time, people were denied to conduct research that was linked to homosexuality because that's where the money is. So we must also do research and publish based on our values. Thank you.
Okay, the last question from that point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine is not a question, but I want to thank, I forgot the name of the presenter. I'm that bad with the, I want to thank him so very much. And this song around research, I remember very well, Professor Mawa, when you were still the chair, UQUAF, we started singing it. And one of the suggestions I remember making is that from my personal experience, institutions are not yet there. And today, I didn't want this discussion to end without proposing that this must appear on the resolution as an action item for IACAN, Mr. President, sir. A deliberate capacity building of universities in the East Africa region must be done, and that should happen like now, because we have sung this, what, how many years? 13 years now, and we are not doing anything. Because some case studies have been done, some institutions have been pushed forward with this approach. Now we even have some big brothers, people like the former presenter. We can do this, but we need to be handheld. So many PhD holders don't know how to publish. So many PhD holders don't know how to conduct research. So many institutions do not even know how to establish a research directorate. What even to do with it, they don't know. That I remember. And you know we can't accept, Africans, we're not good at accepting that I don't know. But we don't know. And I have evidence for that. So we need to look us in the mirror and address this issue now. That's all I wanted to suggest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Presenter, when you're coming, you have only 2 questions. Others are comments. I'm aware that you might be...
Just do it very fast.
It's about the grant proposal, coordination of what you said.
Okay. Now, majority, yes, comments. And what can we do better in terms of bureaucracy? Number one, in terms of development of research, it always starts with an individual researcher. And one of the things that happen, which the Africa Research Connect will do, that's why it's given African Research Connect. If you want to collaborate with key people in a particular area, it will be easier for you to find those people, to collaborate with those people. At APHRC, when we have seen a call, what we do, we think through who and which institutions can we be able to collaborate with. And we approach the individual researchers. It's always starting with the researchers themselves. And any VC will be able to tell you that if a researcher wants to bring money to the institution, will they be happy? They will be happy. And so, as researchers, it should start with us. And that is why the African Research Connect, we said, we start with what we have. And the Africa Research Connect is going to give African journals also visibility. Are you getting that? Because many African journals have been just there. Nobody knows who is publishing in them. What kind of research has been published? I wish I would have shown you one paper that we were discussing, in our group at APHRC. We were discussing about some authors who sat in United States and published something. They used secondary data and published something about Tanzania. And one of their statements, they indicate Tanzania, an East African country, has 80% HIV prevalence, meaning 8 people out of 10, 8 people who are sitting. Is that true? And then you look at the names of the authors, there's no Tanzanian over there. Could it be, so we ask ourselves, could it be that they were seeking for people to collaborate with from Tanzania and they did not get, so they decided to do this thing by themselves? Quality, you are talking about quality here. Even out, when people are going, right now there's something which is very serious globally in terms of research and publication. Do you know there's a retraction watch right now? Papers that are being retracted. I was checking that thing last week. Over 50,000 papers have been retracted. And sometimes some of you had, cited those papers. You see the ripple effect. And probably universities need to start thinking of, if an author wants to publish, a researcher in our university want to publish, what are the quality issues we need to look at, even in the publication? Because when those papers are being retracted, they mention the name of the author and the university they come from. Is that a good name for your university? No. Hand-holding, I like that. I like that. If you know you are not so strong, align with the strong people to work together with so that you can be lifted up. And that is why APHRC, having known that we are a peerless organization, we embarked on capacity strengthening of institutions. Why must we be the only people? By the way, there are some funders have trusted us in such a way where there are some funds they will never advertise. They will never see RFP. They will simply come to us and say, APHRC, we have this money. Would you be willing to develop a proposal so that we can be able to give you this money? That's where we are. And we would love that African institutions, you cannot be standing there alone. What if APHRC does not exist? And so it is important that we align with people who can be able to do things better in the field and strengthen the capacity of other institutions as well. And for those who know Carter, they actually can attest that we have given even fellowships to, employees of those universities who don't have PhDs to do their PhDs so that they come back and lift these institutions up. Finally, Mr. Chair, one question is online. GFGP. Prof is aware of GFGP because we came to realize that funders need this, and institutions in Africa really require this. And so something was sent out to several other universities. We have started with Kenya, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. Those ones are the ones we have started with to check on how their institutions are ready. Professor Kuria is here. He knows very well. They have a commission has an MOU with APHRC, and we are working on something together on looking at the capacities of our institution readiness to conduct research. And we've been given money to do that, to look at various institutions. And Kenya is doing well through Professor Kuria, who initiated this discussion. And we are, trying to look at the research readiness of all the institutions. And this is also happening in other countries as well. I think we started with Kenya, Nigeria, and Ethiopia, because funders came to us and said, we don't know what these universities are doing. We don't even know. We have allocated a lot of money to come for research in Africa, but we don't know. When I talk about Murang'a University, what is their niche? What are they good at? And who are the tests of doing a research readiness assessment for all the African institutions, such that funders can be able to say, okay, I have this money, but we see this institution is better in this particular area, and that is their niche. This money should be going to this particular university or institution. We are doing that with the Commission for University Education here in Kenya already. It's also going on in Nigeria. It's going on in Ethiopia. And I hope it will be able to expand to several other African countries as well. Now, an online, Prof, you write like a doctor. What is your opinion? The main obstacle preventing African what? What is this? Prof writes very fast until. Okay, just make it.
Okay, the question from Dixon Chikuru is, want to know why African writers are not appearing in high ranking. That is the main question.
Why Africans are not appearing in high ranking? By the way, you look at those journals. They are very expensive. Very expensive. Some of them up to $3,000 US, and you don't have research money. How will you publish it that? And that is why African Research Connect is going to give visibility to African journals as well. Research that is going on in African. That is very critical because there are many people who are published in those particular journals, but they are not visible at all. Nobody knows about these things. And if you don't have a research grant, you cannot be sure you cannot be able to publish in those high-ranking journals. And because of the grant that we were given by EDCTP, all these institutions where we funded the fellows and their supervisors, they published in high-ranking journals because there was money to do that. And so money has been allocated, and I believe somebody is going to talk about in the course of the week money that has been allocated in the cooperation between African Union and European Union. Somebody is going to, I saw it in the program. And so it is high time we don't sit back and say, okay, we can't do anything. We can do anything. Money, when it is being provided, they took it from Africa, and now they are bringing it back. Why don't you use it?
Okay, may you give applause for the presenter? Okay, the message sent, delivered and sent. I'm happy that, Madam, you put forward, it will be one of the resolutions within IACAN. Still, as an individual at your university, what are you going to do? We have a task to do. Okay, now I invite Dr. Nathan, if you're available online. Nathan Talemwa. If you summarize your presentation within between 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, Talemwa is the academician, is a researcher at Rwanda University. The last IACAN team, EXCOM, he was a country representative. So he is our colleague. And his topic is linking between Nathan? Nathan, are you ready? Oh. Please, Nathan, we welcome you for presentation. Please make it for within 10 to 15 minutes. We are behind schedule.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Nathan Kanuma Tarema. I work at the University of Rwanda, where I am a senior lecturer. And I'm going to present to you on the topic we have called indigenous knowledge in circular agroeconomy, universities as co-creation partners for sustainable agriculture in Rwanda. First of all, I want to thank the presenter that has just concluded. A lot has inspired me in line with with my presentation. And before I move on, I want to acknowledge my co-authors, including Vanessa and Linley from Germany and Sweden. Then my other colleague, Professor Ijumba from Coventry University Hub in Kigali. My presentation, which is on indigenous knowledge and circular agroeconomy, has been recently published in the book where I have shared the link here, and you can easily access this recently published work, which is a book chapter, and you will find more details. Yeah. Just like the theme, session 5 says, we have done this research with support through the partnership that was funded by DAD, and we have done that research through the partnership with one university in Germany, and this is Ulm University of Applied Sciences. We had a partnership with industry partners, including Encrops, Shakabai work. This research work is a deliverable that came through that partnership with 2 universities and 3 industry partners, where some of our industry partners, where the 3 industry partners are in agriculture. Our research aim here is explained in 3 primary objectives. One of our primary objectives is to provide evidence substantiating the integration of circularity within indigenous knowledge systems. And in this, we contend that this inherent potential can catalyze the broader implementation of the circular economy concept, which is becoming key in the global economy. Africa has a lot of indigenous knowledge, but this indigenous knowledge, most of the time, it has never been documented. And we think that from the evidences we have collected here, we find that there is a lot that can catalyze implementation of circular economy. And this in turn, when this indigenous knowledge is given, it will serve to champion biodiversity conservation in our countries. And it will address the challenges of climate change. Drawing from the quantitative data which we have collected from smallholder farmers and herbalists, we delineate the intersection of circular economy and indigenous knowledge. And through this exploration, we illustrate circular economy evolves, how circular economy is evolving in biodiversity conservation strategies, seemingly align with the enduring pro-biodiversity approach, which in most countries is found intrinsic to indigenous knowledge systems. Our second objective here is to develop practical measures for universities where researchers can document, can also validate, and also could be able to champion traditional ecological knowledge with the subject of qualitative expert interviews. Here, what I want to emphasize, Mr. Chairman and the audience, is the role of traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge, when we are talking of the ecological aspect, traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, here is what we are referring to as traditional ecological knowledge, the knowledge on our ecology from the community perspective. And in this objective, we advocate for the constructive steering away from historical tendencies that have been marginalized and ridiculed in most of our countries. Here, what I want to make clear is the marginalization of traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, because with the modernization and actually the Western science, this indigenous knowledge, which has been the potential of our countries, have ceased to be people's power. And we realize that it is essential to look at the critical importance of knowledge and then see how it links with the global concept of circular economy. The third aim, or our third objectives in this sense, is to present a comparing case study where the University of Rwanda has started a new degree, an interdisciplinary Master of Science degree in circular agroeconomy. The MSc that we have started has a background in different disciplines. The previous presenter was talking about innovation. Before we started this program, we had to conduct a baseline survey. We conducted a feasibility study. We tried to compare and contrast the programs we are already running at the university, and eventually we realized that if we can start an interdisciplinary program, looking at what the market needs, looking at the issues in climate change, looking at how we want to integrate indigenous knowledge in our education systems, we realized that this new program will bring in the aspect of traditional knowledge on regenerative conservation agriculture techniques, And we find that this program will embrace circular economy principles, will also embrace agricultural economics, and it will also, the new program will also embrace or include applied entrepreneurship. Just like I said, this work that we have just published, it was published a week ago, and our focus is on the importance of climate change now, because climate change is one of the major challenges of our modern times. I'm sure testimonies have been shared from different countries, and the universities around the world are active in undertaking research projects and practical initiatives where most of researchers are trying to tackle climate change in teaching programs. Nevertheless, indigenous knowledge from the African perspective have not been embraced. So African traditional ecological knowledge is very important. It is good that we emphasize its role and has its position or its space in the circular economy, which is being embraced by different governments. Looking at the Rwandan case, we have a big crisis that is stemming from climate change, and we find that the impacts, felt in agriculture, in food and nutrition, and nearly we find that a fifth of the population is food insecure, and especially as the World Food Program has indicated, a fifth of the population is insecure, especially children. Looking at the National Institute of Statistics data in March 2023, which spans even up to now, more than 40% of the annual basis, we have inflation on food and non-alcoholic beverages. This is from National Institute of Statistics. This is what the data presents. And we also have crisis where policy response requires transforming from food systems through circular principles. And I'm making reference to the government of Rwanda and the UNDP data, which we can find access on in these two documents. Then addressing climate change through circular economy and the emphasized African indigenous knowledge, the role of universities. We have evidence from 3 cases, just like our objectives have highlighted. We worked on 3 case studies. Number 1 was on the circular practices, which are common with smallholder farmers and the herbalists of Rwanda. We have an association called AGA Rwanda, Association of the Herbalists in Rwanda, just abbreviated in Kinyarwanda. Then number 2 case was on the role of universities in promoting indigenous knowledge system for climate change resilience. There are many researchers that have published on this. I have just listed one of my papers on traditional ecological knowledge, which I published together with my colleagues 2 years ago. Maybe some interested people can look at that. And case number 3 is where we have looked at the University of Rwanda's program that I have just explained, which was interdisciplinary, which is the interdisciplinary Master of Science. And this master, the specialty in this Master of Science has a lot of circular economy principles and the indigenous knowledge interface. This is what we think is new and innovative in our program. Someone perhaps may need
Nathan,
to know
please
more
conclude.
about indigenous knowledge.
Nathan,
Yes, please.
please, may you find out how to conclude within 2 minutes, please?
Okay. Here I have indicated the indigenous knowledge and the traditional knowledge, the terminologies, and emphasis on how indigenous technology is important. Then looking at the circular economy, what it embraces, the zero waste, the generation of materials, how eco-friendly it can be, and how the circular economy will create jobs and green environment. Further, we are looking at what circular economy refers to, the regenerative system, and how in which resource input, waste emission, and energy leakages will be minimized. What do I mean here? We are still emphasizing, I'm trying to explain what circular economy is, what traditional economy is, and how the interface will be very essential. Then on the interdisciplinary MSc, I have just said it, it is a collaboration by 3 colleges in the University of Rwanda, together with the university in Germany, who have collaborated to develop this MSc. On this slide, I indicate the 3 tracks: circular economy, agricultural economics, and applied entrepreneurship, where we have captured all the modules that we'll be teaching and the content. What do I mean on the circular economy? Here that we are emphasizing, we have been running the linear economy, and in this we are emphasizing the circular economy because circular economy is about closing the loop and avoiding waste. We have 2 models which I want us to look at. I want to talk about the research implication. Research implication here, we are looking at how we can support the transition from the linear economy, circular economy, by educating the users especially on how, depending on linear economy, keeps people in poverty, and how it limits, there is limited raw materials and limited energy and all that comes with the linear economy. So here we are encouraging, in our research implication, we are encouraging all of us, from farmers to communities in town, to look at how we transition from linear economy. Yes, if I continue on this, we want to ensure sustainable development through the circular economy, and in this we realize that what do we anticipate with the circular economy? We anticipate economic progress, we anticipate environmental safety, and we also anticipate the improvement of quality of life. If I move on, Mr. Chair, there is this comparison of the linear economy and what it translates into, and our advocacy from the linear economy, which is about take, make, and dispose. Here in our research, we are trying to emphasize the role of traditional knowledge in circular economy, where there is take, make, and reuse, so that we can save on our environment and also try to address climate change issues. Yeah, I want to end on this note by acknowledging the role of herborists, who are also smallholder farmers in Rwanda. Critical role. You can see here that we were having them in a workshop where we interviewed them and got the data that I have explained about. And we are also showing this other picture where we had launched the new program of MSc in circular agroeconomy. And I want to end on this note thanking the German Academic Exchange Service, who sponsored, who financially supported this research. And we thank Inter-University Council and ECWAN for opportunity to present our research. Thank you, and over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Nathan. You can hear people are appreciating your presentation. So members, any question? 2 questions. Just 1 question, Mr. Presenter. I'm aware that this meeting would like to know how the co-creation, the partnership was done so as other universities can learn from the institution? Partnership or co-creation, as you say. Who is the initiator? What are the modalities? You got me?
If I got you where you have asked me about partnership?
The interest is to know how to learn from your projects, because here we are learning how to co-create or how to partner with other institutions. You mentioned 3 institutions. How you go about with it? Who is the initiator? What are the other procedures went on?
Thank you. As I indicated in one of our slides, we have a partnership between universities in Europe. We are together with the African universities in Rwanda. We have also a partnership with industry partners from Europe. As you have seen, I have presented 2 industry partners, Shakabite Innovation from Munich, and also Crops. These 2 industry partners and the university from southern Germany. The partnership, it's us who initiated it from Rwanda, and we wanted to compare and contrast on how industry is working together with universities in Europe. So the partnership has helped us. Number 1, we have looked at their model. We have done benchmarking visits in Europe to look at how industries collaborate with universities to promote innovation in research. So I strongly want to communicate here that we cannot do much if we don't work with industry partners, because there is a lot universities can learn from us, from industries, and there is a lot that industries can learn from us.
For Dr. Nathan. Okay, now comes end of the presentation of the 2 papers. I don't see where is Baguma. Oh, the coming chair is my former IACAN president. I humbly request him, my president.
Okay, let's thank Dr. Twewe. Thank you so much, members. So we now have the next presentation from 2 colleagues who are demonstrating indeed networking, okay, and collaboration. So we will have quality assurance. So it is a keynote presentation. Equality assurance reimagined, promoting accessibility and inclusivity in Uganda's higher education by Dr. Amal. What is the camera? By Dr. Hajat, please. By Dr. Hajat Amal Ichinene Sereko and Dr. Hajat Warda M. Rajab Jagenda. So I invite you to come. They have their bio, but these are our senior colleagues in the quality assurance network within the ESC, within the IACAN. They are found members of the chapters in Uganda, of the UKAF in Uganda. They have served in different capacities, equality assurance. So Dr. Mal, you are the one starting? So Dr. Mal, she's the current Secretary General of the IACAN. She's the immediate past Secretary of Finance IACAN. She is refusing to go, she's still serving. But also she's the Director, Equality Assurance, IUIU. And I read, Dr. Mal, I think recently you won something, IUIU. Recently you won something. Okay, so you will talk about it. So Dr. Mal is going to take us through in terms of equality assurance reimagined, promoting accessibility and inclusivity in Uganda's higher education. We couldn't have ended this day without going through such, let me sit here. So we couldn't have ended this day without going back to the core business of IACAN, quality assurance, yeah? So I now invite Dr. Mal, and then you know how you will manage your time between you and Dr. Warda. Let us welcome her.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our past president, PP, always an honorable, always an honorable. His Excellency, accessibility and inclusivity in higher education through innovative quality assurance practices. And we look at quality assurance. You're taking me first. Are you controlling me? I know it's a long evening. I'm going to try to be so fast, around 10 or 15, then she'll come in. Then she'll come in. Okay. You want to control me? You want to control me? Let me control myself. Okay, sorry about that, members. So we are looking at promoting accessibility, quality assurance reimagined. We all know the quality assurance we have. We all know the quality assurance in Handbook 1, 2, 3, and 4, now 5. Now we are trying to reimagine quality assurance. And this study comes in under, I had the previous chair asking, where is the cooperation? We recently, last year, signed an MOU between Islamic University in Uganda and Kampala University. We come from those two universities. And these are some of the fruits of those cooperation and the collaboration. So we are looking at promoting accessibility in and inclusivity in Ugandan higher education. Now this is the challenge. We have present trends in accessibility, the role of financial aid, flexible learning options, support the student with disabilities, policy frameworks for inclusion, quality assurance in higher education, traditional versus the evolving approaches. We look at the global trends in inclusive QA, research methodology, our findings, quality assurance practices, recommendations of the policy change for policy change, conclusion and future direction. The background, we look at the context and importance. Global goals. Higher education is vital for equitable learning and socioeconomic development. The Ugandan higher education progress. Significant strides in access, but persistent challenges in equitable education opportunities. When you're looking at accessibility and inclusivity, you see that there is still a challenge, persistent challenge in equitable education opportunities, which I believe, much as we are looking at Ugandan higher education, if it cuts across the region and maybe Africa and other continents. The focus of this paper, innovative QA practices, reimagining quality assurance to enhance accessibility and inclusivity in Ugandan universities. The goals: create equitable learning environments addressing education for all, human rights, and economic transformation. Among the study objectives, the major objective: to investigate how innovative quality assurance practices can enhance accessibility and inclusivity in Ugandan universities. The specific, we were looking at the key strategies that promote inclusivity in our institutions. Then we look at 2, the impact of adaptive curricula and accessible learning. We look at our curricula, we always review our curricula, but in this particular curricula, let's go back in time and look at whatever you have in your programs back in your institutions. The impact of that adaptive curricula and accessible learning. Then you look at the stakeholder engagement in maintaining effective QA practices. Do we involve the stakeholders? At what level? We normally involve them in others, but now in accessibility and inclusivity. Do we look at that? Have we done it? Then 4, the recommendations to overcome implementation. Hypothesis. We look at QA strategies and inclusivity. We look at 2, adaptive curricula and outcomes, and 3, stakeholder engagement, and 4, overcoming barriers. We believe there are barriers, and we found out that we have those barriers. We also feel them. The need for inclusivity, a growing demand. The quest for inclusivity in higher education has gained momentum globally, particularly in Uganda. Equitable learning opportunities are essential for students with diverse needs and backgrounds. You realize that we have students here with diverse needs and backgrounds. If just I give a scenario, the regulators will come to accredit our institutions, they will check our infrastructure for just something, construct a ramp. Then they will probably check for, let's look at the chairs, things you don't even look at. We have the left hand and the right hand. In this room, I think I have left-handed and right hand, just because you have tables. If we had armed chairs, you'll find that the majority are right hand. So what happens to this left hand doing an exam? They sit on this right arm and tries to bend the back, trying to write. But we as management, we as QA practitioners, do you ever compute how many left-hand students do I have so that I purchase or procure a number of seats? How many students, and we always teach and say, have you heard? And everyone says yes or no, others keep quiet. Some are impaired, they can't listen, or they're deaf, impaired, they can listen, but not too much. And we neglect them. But what happens is our QA framework. Do we incorporate that? That is why we're here. We want to reimagine that QA. You look at the ramp, some can't see well, but we all give them exams of font 12 style, font size 12. And the student spends a lot of time trying to see. We say, you buy specs. Even when they buy specs, they can't see. Do we look at that? I'll give you a scenario. I'm going to continue. I'll give you a scenario. We one time had a medical student whose sight was so bad that even with specs, it was so bad that I think he needed font 18 or 20. So they had to always type his exam, the same exam, differently to suit that particular student. Equitable learning opportunities are essential for students with diverse needs and backgrounds. That's why I brought in that. This demand reflects the broader commitment to human rights and social justice in education. Accessibility isn't just a privilege, it's a fundamental right that must be upheld. So we are looking at QA. We need to go back to our framework and have that fundamental right that must be upheld. Understanding accessibility in higher education encompasses both physical and intellectual access in learning environments. This includes adapting infrastructure, resources to meet the diverse student needs. We need to go back and look at our stakeholders. What are their diverse needs? To meet approaches, innovative approaches are required to break down barriers faced by students with disabilities, any kind of disability. Understanding these components is essential for creating comprehensive support. Recent trends show a significant expansion of financial aid programs catering to underserved programs. Now, when we look at that financial aid, we were told today there was going to be a huge strike here. Now you know when we get to that level. Flexible learning options are emerging as solutions to enhance student engagement and accessibility. Support services for students with disability have become increasingly vital in many institutions. Awareness of these trends is crucial for strategic improvement in policy and practice. The role of the financial aid. We all have, in our institutions, in Uganda, we have the school board loan. I know in each of our countries, we have some kind of loan scheme to help out, but we also know that not all the needed students are getting it. We also know that some of our students who are not needed, even ministers' children are getting that, are benefiting. So, the critical support. Financial aid plays a pivotal role in making higher education accessible for underrepresented groups. Expanding aid programs can reduce financial burdens and enhance enrollment rates. Understanding the existing financial landscape aids in developing comprehensive funding strategies. Equitable financial support ensures no student is left behind due to economic constraints. Then we look at the flexible learning options, meeting diverse needs. These flexible learning options empower students by offering different modes of engagement with the curriculum. If we engage or we try to adapt the different modes of engagement with our curricula, such options include online courses, part-time programs, hybrid models, fitting diverse lifestyles. But when we talk about the online, we say blended learning. But you realize even up to today, you tell the lecturers blended learning. Some say they decide to go purely online or purely the traditional way. These flexible modalities cater to working students and those with family obligations. And ultimately, flexibility enhances accessibility and inclusivity within education frameworks. Support for the students with disability. A necessity. Comprehensive support services are essential for promoting success among students with disability. These services include academic accommodation, counseling, skills building workshops. By prioritizing support, institutions can create a more inclusive education environment. Investing in these services reflects a commitment to diversity and access. It is not easy, but I think we need to reimagine, and that is the way to go. Start small and grow big. Policy frameworks for inclusion, a guiding light. National policies play a vital role in promoting inclusive education at all levels. You'll see in your national development plans for the economies, they do it. Creating and enforcing policies ensure equitable access for all students in higher education. Collaboration between governmental bodies and institutions is key to policy implementation. Policies are critical for establishing a foundation of accessibility and inclusiveness. Quality assurance in higher education. The key principles. Quality assurance involves systematic practice. The principles are essential to maintain educational standards while promoting accessibility. We've been doing it. We are monitoring teaching and learning. That one we are very key. At class attendance, exam moderation, external examining, accessibility and inclusive. Where are we? Innovative care practices should integrate inclusivity as a core principle in assessments. An effective care framework ensures all students can thrive in their education pursuits. Traditional versus the evolving approaches and comparative analysis. Traditional quality assurance often looks aspects of accessibility and inclusivity. Evolving approaches emphasize a holistic view of quality, integrating diverse perspectives. Recognizing this shift is crucial for developing future-ready education strategies. These evolving concepts redefine success in higher education quality metrics. The global trends, what can we learn? Examining global trends reveal innovative QA practices that prioritize inclusivity. Comparative analysis among countries can provide an insight into effective strategies. Such trends highlight the importance of cross-border collaboration for shared learning. Global perspectives can inform local practices and drive meaningful change in Ugandan universities, and also and beyond, and the region. We looked at Uganda, but we can look at the East African region as well. I'm going to call upon my colleague to take us through this session of research methods. Dr. Orode. You control. I control.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amal. So, Dr. Warda is a Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of research, innovation, and internationalization, and academics. So you can see, but also you have heard or you are already aware that she's one of the, of the historical members. Allow me to use that one of the core members that has been key in what we are now seeing here today. So you are most welcome. You take us forward. And how many minutes are you using?
So I'm not going to go into the research method. We pretty much collected data from a number of universities. We looked at their policy documents. We had individual interviews, and also we submitted online for self-reported data. I would like to thank members, especially, not that the private universities did not do something important. Out of the 27 UQAF registered members, 13 were able to, that's just under 50%, and we found it very good to give us at least an understanding into this, this whole notion. So you're going to be bombarded with busy slides, but I just want us to see something there. So for the demographic part, nothing really big, apart from the fact that most of the people who participated from these institutions were persons of actually senior people who have served for over 10 years in the university. Of course, I couldn't stop looking at the fact that we had more females than males. And somebody made a statement this morning that it seems the QA world in the East African community is being dominated by women. I don't know what that means, but that's not the center of this research, but it is worth noting. As far as accessibility is concerned, we thought this was very interesting, and it is telling. A lot of the findings are actually what we already know, but being academicians, you want it to be scientifically proven. And then we can still argue on this research that the power of the number. But nevertheless, these are the people who participated and the institutions who participated. But it is very interesting that there is a general acceptability to the fact that accessibility is a what? Is an issue. Now, when people were asked about accessibility to physical infrastructure with respect to their universities, they were very, very careful in how to answer. But when they were asked what did they think from the Ugandan perspective, the true color started what? Showing. So pay attention to the orange color, which is the average. We hope to see green and purples, but most of the figures are showing us from average, which is orange, red, and what? And blue. And that one is telling. So we are not doing very well with accessibility, and we need to think through what we are doing. Then as far as inclusivity is concerned, of course, the financial part of it, I didn't want to emphasize because it's also obvious. Most of our students are poor. And when it comes to matters of financing, so accessing the actual education of higher university education is a challenge. Now, as far as diversity is concerned, that also confirms that we actually have a long way to go. Incorporating technology, look at the orange, moderate. There's something about Africans, when they want to tell you we are not doing very well, they tend to say fairly well. I think we are fair. In Uganda, we use the word fair. I don't know how you say it in what? In Kenya. Mtu akikwambia fair, it means you are not what? Good. It means there's a problem. So as a social scientist, we also go down and dig the undertone of what some of these responses actually mean. So technologically speaking, we are in our curricula, we are not doing well. And this is across the board by these senior administrators in these 13 institutions. So we also thought, let us have a keen look at the regulatory authority practices as directly affects our way of doing things. So we wanted to know how transparent our QA processes are from a broader perspective. Members thought it was very transparent. Then the effectiveness of these mechanisms, people started thinking, we are not so sure that our QA processes are as effective. Now that was a bit, it bothered us, being that we are also supposedly senior QA administrators. What is it that we are not doing right? So it was telling. Then flexibility of accreditation processes. There was a split. Moderate, tending towards very involved, and then poorly involved. We don't know what that means. We are trying to figure out. Student involvement in QA processes. We finally thought that one, we are not doing very well. Now, looking at some of the policy documents, we specifically, keenly looked at our QA framework, the Ugandan QA framework. And if you're familiar with the Ugandan QA framework, it emphasizes heavily on accessibility. Okay? It very, very minimally, or actually not at all, emphasizes on inclusivity. The minimal part I'm talking about is focus on the student inclusiveness. Meaning, students should be involved in the decision making. But when it comes to paying keen attention on how inclusive our affairs are, we don't do very well in that one. Now, quoting Dr. Amal, you realize that these schools are a microcosm, or these universities are a microcosm of what happens in Uganda. And Uganda is a microcosm of what happens in East Africa. So I think we need to to focus a little bit more on how scientific these are. So on that note, we're thinking that there should be both services and flexible learning options. Our stakeholders must collaborate to create comprehensive strategies for improved access. Implementing these recommendations can pave the way for a more inclusive education landscape. In conclusion, we think higher education institutions must cope with the fourth industrial revolution through robust, technologically sound, innovative QA practices. Although I know we like to use the word fourth industrial revolution, you realize that the European Commission in 2021, in the heart of COVID, actually pronounced Industry 5.0, right? And we also know there are conversations about Industry 6.0 and even 7.0. And sometimes I wonder, are we still in the fourth industrial revolution? It looks like we in the East Africa region are either trying to reach the fourth industrial revolution, sort of there, about to get there, when our other counterparts are already talking about 7, 8, and what? And 10. I'm assuming everybody knows the definition of fourth industrial revolution in this room. Is that a bad assumption? The fourth industrial revolution simply focuses on machines or technology on the one hand, and physical or the human being on the other hand, with respect to efficiency and increase in what? Production. How the human beings should use these machines to increase what? Production. Basically basing economic concepts of demand and what? Supply, where supply must always be available and then we control it as needed. Now the fifth industrial revolution is beginning to say, how about we look at the human part of it, so the sociological aspect, the social value and human welfare, where the human beings must work together, and I think the other presenter alluded to it. The human beings must work together to be able to manage these what? Machines. They have not taken away the machine, the technology component. Whereas the sixth industrial revolution is saying we should even move faster to nano and all those other beyond technology. As a matter of fact, we are actually there. If you pay attention, we are actually there. So our point is, it seems Ugandan universities, we are not conceptualizing the fact that we are already there. And I remember in Rwanda saying, we are already living in these children's future. Our students, we are living in their what? In their future. It is we who are mark timing in our time, in our mode. So can we find a way to springboard? And this is about the theme of this conference, networking in harmony and what was the other word? Integration. How can we do that? If we are not able to, can we bring our European friends to help us propel? I talked of hand-holding. If we are not able to, can we use IAC and UQAF, TUCAF, KUKAF, CAF? Can we use those platforms to get partners to help propel us? These are real, these are serious issues. Dr. Mal go 100% online, then there are those who are rigid. They are not rigid, they don't know. Go back to your universities, you tell me that. They are not rigid, they simply don't know. Hand-holding is real. Capacity building issues are real. Mark timing is real. So we are not in a very good what? Shape. So we must cope with the fourth, I don't know, fifth, sixth, or a combination of 4, 5, 6, 7 industrial revolution for us to be able to move very fast. I'm not going to read through because I'm assuming as I was talking you were what? You were reading, and then all those others are for our future direction. We think that if we take these directions and we adopt adaptive curricula and what have you, we can be able to go far. These are just some of our selected references, and we want to appreciate you for listening to us in a matter that we think is very serious and dear to the heart of the members in this room. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Warda, DVC, and my sister, Dr. Amal. So I'm not sure if we'll have time for questions, but it's just my key takeaway. They have reminded us that if we are to have a student at the center of learning, then it cannot come during the process only. Everything, the administration, the planning, the curricular design, the resources, etc. And then the second thing that I've taken note of is, the usage of reimagined. I was glad when Dr. Warda again said, the findings again confirm actually what is happening. But again, this is again to keep us there, to keep us to the best practices, or maybe the minimum, so that we know what can we do beyond. Then the second last, they made reference in a way to the QA roadmap, where we take care of the input, the processes, and the outputs, but also the stakeholders. And then finally, since morning, I took note of whatever we are doing, it's better we keep note of the learning modes we are referring to. The enabling or the constraining factors, they take different forms if it is face-to-face, if it is blended, if it is fully online. And therefore, the access, if you want to keep track of how to enhance access and inclusivity, it has to be how do you ensure it if it is fully face-to-face? How do you ensure it if it is blended? How do you ensure it if it is? Just one example, I don't know if there's someone online who has written a message so that we keep within the inclusivity. Is there a message? Is there a message someone virtual who has written something? No? So where do we see? Okay, no one? Okay, so if there's no one, I just wanted to again thank them. And then I took note of UQAF. I have a question. The participating, all the target institutions, the condition was they were supposed in the first place to be members of UQAF. Was it a must that they were supposed to be members of UQAF? Because I took that one to be a best practice for us to see if we can do in our countries so that we incentivize. Because these findings, they will contribute. So if someone is not a member, did you allow them or no? I thank you. UQAF members, you see? So this is a good thing. So those are the benefits of being a member of that network. So I thank you, but as I said, I've been told we should end now, but if there's one question, I don't want to say banning. No one can get banned because of a question. But if there's a banning question, one or two, please, or an appreciation, then we end. Any question, any comment, or a thank you? You are tired. Oh, Dr. Kosam cannot. He always has a smile, so there's something good coming. Our senior.
I just want to appreciate Dr. Warda and Amal for the research and sharing the findings. I just want to remind all of us that in 2015, IUCA developed guidelines, quality assurance guidelines on people with disability and other special needs. So when Amal was talking about buying sitting desk without minding that some people are left-handed writing, right? is something very interesting that sometimes maybe we don't consider that. So I would appeal that let other people take up this risk finding to other higher levels, in mindful of the guidelines that IUC did develop in 2015. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you. Another? Yes, there is.
Thank you. Just to thank you about your good presentation. Just 2 comments or questions. One, is there any correlation between accessibility and inclusivity? That was my question, because in my understanding, there is kind of correlation, and maybe inclusivity might encompass the question of access. That's number one. Number two, it's good that you have surveyed different higher learning institutions in Uganda. I was asking whether you managed at least to include in your survey some students with disabilities, because it's another aspect. Maybe higher learning institutions might come across issues like infrastructures and other many aspects, policies and so on and so on and so on. But what about students who are, and maybe I think if the work is still in progress, including this aspect of students with disabilities would bring more added value to this research. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that paper. I mean, that presentation was very good. The issue of students with challenges, challenged students. And I think we can also go further and embrace the issue of research in the area of mental health, because there are students who are sick and they are there, and we need to address their needs as well. So maybe, I don't know whether that could be in addition to that, or it could be incorporated in that paper or what, I don't know. Or that is just focus on instability, disability, and then we can have mental health as well. Yeah, thank you.
How serious you wanted the sanitizer?
Yeah, okay, thank you. The last one is yeah, the last one is noted, and
you need the mics for that.
Thank you. The correlation between inclusivity, yes, there is actually a thin line between inclusivity and accessibility. A lot of times, when your inclusiveness is open, it will actually increase access in so many different ways. I know that currently, for example, I'll give my university as an example. Our main campus, Gaba, was an old building that for a while we could not, it couldn't help to allow students with certain disabilities to access facilities. So the decision was, where do we take them? Or we actually put some, infrastructure for them to be able to access. So we had to. Now we just, those small modifications, you see changes. So there is actually a very thin line. I'm not talking about correlation yet. There's a very thin line between these two. But at the same time, the two are also separate. They are also not the same. Because the issue of accessibility can also be handled separate from
inclusive. But at the same time, one actually can increase the usage of the other. Then as far as, no, we haven't included students yet. This is self-funded research at the institutional level, the two institutions. So we have focused on the administrators first. And the data collection is telling, we actually want to go a little further than that. We want to involve students. I will not mention, there is this student in this university who, I think she gave birth to a child, and then she either killed the child or the issue is the child was found in the trash, garbage in the hostel. And the reason was very simple. If I keep the baby, I will lose my what? My education. These are accessibility issues, eh? If I keep the baby, I'll lose my what? My education. And when we went further, immediately there was judging. Then some officers were like, no, let the university counselor intervene. Only to find there was also a welfare issue. What is it called? Mental health issue in that student that was not captured. Or probably we had not given it much what? Attention. Suppose as a university we did. Will that have happened? We don't know. So there is also a way we have not done well by our clients as institutions of higher education. So when Dr. Amal was stating some of the things, left hand versus right hand, and I see some people are like, meaning, do you really want us to do all that? The business of teaching, whether you're in a private university or a public university, education is a public good. Once we're in the business of teaching, we must take into consideration the needs of our clients to the T. But because of the challenges that we have, we overlook others. And that is where we say quality assurance in cracks. So what is the other? Yeah. So that one, I connected the two.
No, I'll just say thank you very much for being active participants, and have a great evening.
Indeed, she managed it. When she thanked you, you were supposed to thank her, but I want you to thank them again. Can you thank them again? So, yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Hajat, for this. And I now invite the person to end the day to help us with ending day one, I think. Thank you. Where is the chair? Vice President.
What's the session?
So, samahani, let me say this in Swahili. Apologies, we have the final presentation. I don't know what happened, and we thought we are done. Did anybody pick it up? Apologies. So we have a presenter 2 on implementing Inter-University Council for East Africa. is the presenter in the room or virtual? Apologies, sir. So let us invite, I see there are two names. It is on implementing Inter-University Council for East Africa, QA framework in public universities located in mountainous regions of Pakistan by Ms. Farah Naz and Mr. Angelas Bandali Ngatunga and Faizo Nota. I don't know if they are all three here or we have. Once again, apologies. So you are Mr. Angela? Yes, Mr. Angela is going to take us through.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So I'm going to present on behalf of my colleagues who are in Pakistan. So they were not able to come here, but I'm here to present on behalf of them. And our topic, as the Secretary General of Inter-University Council for East Africa alluded this morning, that Aga Khan University in Pakistan is implementing the Inter-University Council for East African Quality Assurance Framework, and we are seeing the impact of this framework in Asia. So, and also we are doing this in a partnership with two public universities. So it is the first partnership of its kind in Pakistan, whereby a private university is in a partnership with two public universities. So, okay, I won't go on the vision because I just want to take a very short time. I know you are tired, but I want to take you through this process so that you understand what we are implementing in Pakistan, and maybe you can, through this experience, you can learn on how maybe the same kinds of partnerships can be also implemented in this region. So about Aga Khan University, we are operating in 6 countries. So 2 countries in Asia, Pakistan and Afghanistan. We are in UK, we have one program in UK. Also in East Africa, we are in 3 countries, Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. The framework which is guiding quality assurance at our university is the one which was designed by Inter-University Council for East Africa. So it is this framework which is guiding all our campuses across 3 continents and across 3 different countries. So you see how this framework was very well conceptualized, that it is able to be acceptable in all these countries that we are operating. And so I'll just take you through Aga Khan University strategic goals in order to show you how we are entering this partnership with all these universities, these 2 universities, and how we are implementing this framework in that country. So in our strategic goals for 2024-2028, we have 7 strategic themes that the university is implementing across the globe. So I'll just take you to 2 of these strategic goals. The first one, which is quality and breadth of education, and the second one is partnerships and collaborations. And this is, I think, the theme of this conference. We want to build the partnerships. So how do we engage in these partnerships? And also, how do we implement, how do we improve quality through partnerships with other programs? So in Pakistan, for example, we are now implementing these two themes through a program, a partnership program, which we call University Improvement Program. So this is now our partnership between us and the 2 universities in Pakistan. So this is the name of the partnership, University Improvement Plan, and we are in a partnership with 2 universities. One of them is Karokaram International University, and the other one is the University of Chitra. These universities are in the northern part of Pakistan, where the climate is very hostile. So you find out that even the roads, the only road going to that area can be accessed only 4 months to 6 months or 5 months per year. So you will realize that the situation of education in that area is not good because of the accessibility factor. People can't access easily, and also due to challenges in accessibility, then even resources cannot be taken to that place in a way that which is in an easy way. But despite all this, our university is making impact through application of our quality assurance framework to make change. And we're going to show you what are the changes, key changes, or what are the key impacts, and also the process through which the university has gone through in order to implement its partnership in this country. So the process which underwent the university, initially it was the leaders of these 2 universities who approached Aga Khan. So they wanted support, capacity building support. So what was done later, the university, Aga Khan University, visited these 2 universities. So the top leadership went there. And then the leadership, Aga Khan University leadership, called upon the network of quality teaching and learning to go and find out what were the needs of this university so that an engagement could be made in a systematic way. So we conducted an assessment, and there were 2 needs. So the second need, which was identified, was how to develop teaching faculty in teaching and learning. So after they identified these needs, then together, Aga Khan University and these 2 universities, we came up with an engagement plan, and that is what we are implementing through the University Improvement Plan. So what are the key objectives of this partnership? Because after the need assessment, we had to scope, to identify the areas, and also to say, this is what we're going to focus on. And I think this is important when it comes to any kind of partnership. There should be a scope. So based on the need assessment, these are the key objectives of our current partnership with these 2 universities. The first one is to strengthen QA processes at the 2 universities. So each university quality assurance unit have to be strengthened. The second objective is to build the capacity of faculty in teaching and learning. And the third one is to professionalize teaching in higher education. So these are the key 3 objectives of our University Improvement Plan partnership. So who is now implementing this? The university leadership appointed the network of quality teaching and learning of Aga Khan University. And as you see, in our network, this network has 3 units. And its role is to support faculty across the university in order to ensure that the quality of teaching, the quality of education is always upheld. So the unit is divided into 3 units, this network. The first one is the one which is dealing with quality assurance improvement, or sometimes we call quality assurance enhancement. The second unit, and it has got the quality assurance committee, which is guiding quality assurance across the entire university. Then we have the blended and digital learning. So we had Azra this morning presenting on digital learning AI. So this is also a unit which support faculty members in order to ensure that they are able to use technologies in their teaching process. Also, the network has got the teaching and learning unit, because we recognize that faculty members' capacity need to be developed. So our quality assurance system at Aga University is under this network of quality teaching and learning, and its function is to support faculty members, to support quality assurance processes, and also to support students and faculty members in technologies, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the network now which is implementing this, this improvement plan in Pakistan. So what have we done so far through this process? After we came up with our plan, so several activities have taken place since when we entered this, this partnership. In teaching and learning, some teaching courses have been taken there, programs, capacity building programs have been conducted to members of these two universities. Capacity building session for TOT, those who are now giving the same training to other people in their respective universities. For blended and digital learning, capacity building session on online teaching has been done, and also other sessions which have been done. Also in quality assurance and improvement, so we build the capacity of the units, quality assurance units of these two universities. So they came to Aga Khan University to learn on what we are doing. So we took them through all these processes, which are guided by the framework, Inter-Universities for East Africa framework. Also, we conducted self-assessment training at our university. So we invited them to come as observers to see how we do this one. And also, we exposed them to all tools which we are using in order to ensure that they are able also to see whether this is applicable to them or not. So one thing which is very important throughout this process, the key outcome is that both these two universities have adopted the Inter-University Council for East African framework. So this is a rare thing in Pakistan, whereby we have two public universities which have got their separate quality assurance framework, which is guided by the Inter-University Council for East Africa. All the rest follow what the regulatory body is giving them. But these two have now come up with separate frameworks, which is guiding their quality assurance at the universities. So what are the key impacts of this collaboration? Since when we started implementing, the first one, AKU, it is a two-way impact. First of all, AKU has been able to learn how government institutions operate. So we've been working as private, but now we're able to learn how public universities also work, which is a lesson to the university. Also, AKU staff, through interaction, through using our tools to build capacity to members of these communities, we have also learned what are the challenges or what are the areas of improvement of our tools, which we use for our staff. And also, the two universities have become more self-reliant. For example, initially they used to outsource people to train them on how to conduct SAR. But currently, through our partnership, they are now able to do on their own, and they have conducted SAR for their programs. So this is one of the areas that we see that we're making impact, and now they are also taking part together with AKU team, also to train other people in the university. So this is one of the impacts that we are seeing has been very, very, and the last one, the two universities now have conducted their self-assessment training, following all the principles underlined by this framework. So this is a very big gap for our framework. I think it was well thought, because I've gone through, for example, the Pakistan Quality Assurance Framework. I took part in when they were revamping the framework. But what we are seeing, there are a lot of things which are clearly underlined in this framework, which can be applicable in whatever the country. Because if we are able to use the same framework in Asia, in UK they have their quality codes, but then you find this one is very robust, as for me, we have been able to access all these different kinds of framework. So I think for the Inter-University Council for East Africa, we should be very happy that our framework can go far if we are able to ensure that all the time we adapt to the best practices, and this framework, the same framework, can also be applicable in other settings. So what are the challenges? Because we are experiencing it. It is not a theoretical one. One of the challenges that we're facing through this partnership is financial limitations, because I think that is obvious. Another one, partnership with public university is a new thing. So even us, we are still learning. So it is a challenge, but from what we are seeing so far, I think the benefits are worthy. So it is, as the French people say, ça vaut la peine, that it is worthy doing it, because we are seeing now, we are building capacity of these universities, and also the same people, we are expanding the base of experts in equality matters in Pakistan, so who will eventually also help to train other people in the future. Also, another thing which is a challenge is accessibility challenge. As I said, in Pakistan, these universities are in the northern part, where accessibility of resources, movements of people is a challenge. So sometimes it is difficult to reach there. But through even network accessibility is also a big challenge. But we see that through this to address these challenges. One of them, what is very important through this partnership that we are going through, that the top leadership of the university, all the universities were key in cementing this partnership. So that is very important, because it means resources, it means whatever. So all the university top leaderships, the three, they are very committed to this partnership. And as we have shown you that our strategic goal, one of it is building a partnership. So this is key, that the top leadership of the universities should be engaged seriously for the partnership to be able to exist. Also, need assessments need to be done, and scoping through consultative process, so that we really identify the needs which both parties see that they want to be addressed. Also, work in a partnership. Like what we did, initially we built capacity based on our experience, because we have experience in this area. So we build capacity, but later on, we are now partnering when it comes to delivering programs, when it comes to supporting other teaching staff. We partner, our team partner with the teams from these universities. So this is just in brief what I wanted just to share with you. And I think partnerships, as we have been saying, and through these themes, are very key to ensuring that we build the capacity, also expand the base of experts, so that together we are able to improve the quality of education. Because we should not work in silos, as we've been saying. If we have experts in one university, then why don't we use the same people also to be able to impact in other universities, so that together we are able to improve the quality of education in East Africa. So thank you for listening, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you very much, sir. And once again, apologies for that, for what had happened. The Deputy Executive Secretary.
Thank you very much for a very good presentation, outlining the partnership that you've done in Pakistan, particularly on the use of IUSEA quality assurance framework. I have more questions though. So these universities were in remote areas, not accessible. I'm asking my questions. Were they accredited by using the national quality assurance framework? I mean, if you wanted to presumably improve the quality of these institutions, the question of were they accredited, were they not accredited? And then if you wanted to improve on their quality, The first question would be, what's wrong with the National Quality Assurance Framework? Right, that is one. But two, what was the objective? At what level was the framework used? Is it at I mean, the aim, was it again on accreditation, or what is it? I mean, at institutional level or at the program level? Yeah, so I have a few questions. I mean, it doesn't come very clear to me. And using framework from another place in a country where there's already a framework existing, right? Unless you do it at institutional level without...
Two public universities, so they are accredited. Actually,
so they are already accredited?
Yes, they are public universities. The gaps, as I was saying, they have been implementing quality. They have a framework. Actually, the framework was revamped recently. And if you go through the framework, you find out that some of these key standards are similar to what which are in the Inter-University Council for East Africa. But now, these programs, and most of the time is about meeting the requirement of regulatory bodies. So when they came to Aga Khan University, they saw that this framework, the way we use it is for improvement. So it is not only meeting the requirement of the government, but our focus is about improvement. For example, at Aga Khan University, what we do, we do self-assessments. After that, we do peer review. Then we have improvement plans. Every year, each program, for example, comes to the Quality Assurance Committee to report on the progress made during the year. So our focus is not just meeting the requirement, though we are meeting the requirement, our focus is improvement. That is why these two universities, they know there is a framework. You can tick all the boxes. They are ticking all the boxes, that is why they are there. If you're reporting per year, we report it together, private universities and public universities. But now when they visited us, that is why benchmarking is important, they saw maybe there is something which is peculiar, which is quality enhancement, like one of our presenters said, quality-oriented practice, which is the best practice, because if you benchmark, if you see this practice is really good, then that is why they came to us. That is their main reason. It's not that the framework is not there. The framework is there. And they are meeting the framework. But they want to go above that. They don't want just to do the self-assessment, and then at the end of the year, once you report, then it is done. Now they want to see how they improve their programs. So that is what motivated them to come to us. Now I think they would be in a better position to say it.
Thank you very much. I understand we have one online. Then I come to Professor. Anthony Somba, are you able now to raise your question or your comment?
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask, to make a comment, then ask a question. And the comment is that the standards that have been developed by the University Council of East Africa, one, the international, because they were benchmarked with the DAD and other European frameworks on quality assurance. And then the second one, I wanted to know whether with what the presenter has done, whether they appreciated the standards, the East African standards, and again, whether they are aligned with what they have in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us first. Here's the mic.
I just want to make a comment. I mean, at the Commission for University Education, we just finished our next strategic plan, and there are 2 points in that strategic plan that we are focusing on. One of them is strengthening internal quality assurance systems of universities, because we want universities to have such strong internal quality assurance systems that they will do things without being asked to. They will do things without being asked to because they want to focus on the quality of education in their own universities. And that brings me to the second element, that they need to own that process. In order for them to strengthen their own IQA systems voluntarily, it means they have to own the particular system. So I just wanted to appreciate what I'm seeing that particular university doing is to go out and look for tools which are outside their system because they want to strengthen their IQA systems. And they are owning this particular process. So they are not doing it because there's someone waving some threat over their heads, but they are saying we want to focus on quality and we have found a tool that is useful. So if I connect that with just what Anthony has just said, that this particular instrument of IUCA were benchmarked against international standards. So you will find work of any country for that matter. And so I really appreciate what the Aga Khan University is doing, those two universities that you mentioned over there, and the effort that the Aga Khan University has done has pushed to make sure that that happens. I really wish that this would also become the practice in this part of the region, so that we see people looking for high international standards to aim at without necessarily looking over their shoulder for the regulatory agency. That is what I really appreciate about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a question for you, I think, from Anton.
Yes, maybe to respond to Anton. Actually, what they are doing, as Professor Kuria has said, that they are looking for tools, and that there are so many tools in quality assurance. So they are taking the tools which they think can help them, but also they are aligning with their quality assurance framework. That is what they've done. So they are not just saying now we are not following our country framework, because that tool also, it is a new one. And so they are picking those areas which they think are also aligned with them. In that framework, for example, the Pakistan framework, which is revamped, there is one thing that even us we can borrow. For example, student engagement, student voice. And that is what is missing. So what they have done, for example, now, they have added that if a program is doing self-assessment, then also there is a self-assessment done by student. So the program will do the self-assessment, but then the student also will be able to validate whether what the program is saying about the program is what the student also are experiencing. So this is one of the areas which the Pakistan framework is now putting a lot of emphasis on, and I think it is also a good practice to borrow, because in countries such as Scotland and other countries, they have also this kind of practice whereby students write their SAR in order to ensure that they all take part, because the students are key stakeholders in education. They are not clients. They are key stakeholders in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want also to agree that actually, I think based on their experience, we could also intentionally get feedback, because I've read the Pakistan tools, they are also benchmarked. So I think that voluntary use of these tools could be one way to get feedback. But I had a selfish question for the years. In one of the forum, I heard of something like copyright. Maybe not an answer for now, but what is the way forward? I've said it is selfish, not because after this good story, don't. Pardon? Okay, yes, but copyright, how do we go about that? And then he has underscored the needs assessment. Partnership based on needs assessment. Some of the leaders get discouraged of signing partnerships because at the end of the day. Yeah, so I want to thank you. The President here can thank you for the logic of the day. You can see how we have ended. To me, I must say that, are you using these tools? This is what he was telling us in a very polite way. Thank you very much. Let us thank him.
Thank you. And let's thank Dr. Abdallah Baguma for steering the process. Thank you very much. Very special thanks really to the Aga Khan team for implementing the IUCA, the regional QA frameworks, beyond
Aga Khan centers in the East Africa and across the world. So thank you really very much for sharing with other universities. I want to pray that you will do the same also to some institutions in East Africa and mentor them and support their quality assurance system. I am going to request the Executive Secretary to make some last concluding remarks. But one of the programs IUCA has is a staff exchange program. And in that staff exchange program, exchange of quality assurance practitioners is one of the things, but we are not taking that opportunity, and I'm asking why. And listening to his model, it's basically actually that exchange. The expertise at Aga Khan University moving to support those institutions. So why are our experts not moving within the region to support QA, establishment of QA systems in another university, supporting capacity building of QA in another institution, and so on. So tomorrow, the head of our program for exchange is here. He will make a presentation, and please, as QA practitioners, use this opportunity to take advantage of the exchange for QA experts from the region so that we can benefit from one another. Thank you very much. I want to thank Aga Khan. Let's thank them for that sharing. And two, IUCA is conducting a survey on the implementation of all the tools, not only the handbook, but all the other IUCA regional policy frameworks. We have reached out to all our universities, all our member universities, but the response has been very slow. We have so far received 50 responses, and IUCA has nearly 180 members, and we will be happy if we can reach 100 responses from our member universities to give us feedback. This is already feedback, and we are taking this from Aga Khan as feedback on the implementation of the IUCA handbook. But we want feedback from you also on how you are implementing these instruments within your higher education institution. So thank you very much. With these words, Professor Gaspard Wanyakimbona, I would like to request you to make closing remarks. Not closing the workshop, but closing remarks of the day.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think your remarks are provoking me. I'm not tired of the workshop, so I could not close it. Otherwise, I will be very, very short because the day has been long. And I want to really thank and appreciate all of you here, especially the presenters. We really enjoyed following the different presentations that were on the program. We picked a number of suggestions to be the first recommendation, and probably the second shall also come out from the last presentation. But I want to, in a very special way, appreciate once again the Aga Khan universities for raising the ESC flag outside the region. I think that is really something that we really needed. And my feeling is indeed our tools here in the region are not being used as we wanted it to be. When you look at the number of downloads from our website, you see people downloading it from South America. You see many hits from other regions of the world. And I think this is the time maybe, I was looking at the drafters of those documents, actually. Some of them are here. We need to think about the next generation. So that's why this feedback is very, very critical, because of course we are using them. We know that they might be having some gaps, especially what you suggested in terms of student involvement. We can talk about the component of research, as it was suggested here, that it needs to come out strongly. And we can also think about now these new disturbing technologies of artificial intelligence to also be considered into the tools. Thank you very much for raising that we are conducting this survey. Please, just look at our questionnaire. Please give a feedback so that we can use it to review, maybe not to review, but to update these tools. I'm also aware that we did not consider very much the postgraduate studies. So those are the things that can really be, updated in our tools. And I think I was like asking, I saw Aga Khan raising the issue of funding. I said, wow, this is the opportunity. Can we request our countries now to put in money so that we can go in Pakistan and elsewhere to tell them that we are quality assurance, evangelizers. Anyway, so thank you very much, and I wish you a nice evening.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the end of the day, a long day, but it was a worth engagement, as we all can see. And really, we commend this atmosphere in which you have stayed up to this time, listening and engaging throughout this discussion. Just quick announcement, country chapters, for all the IACAN country chapters that I encourage you to meet, reflect on your activities at the country level, and tomorrow you have the annual general meeting where every country is expected to make a statement on what is being done in your country, and so that we learn from each other and share. Our tea is available, so as we retire from here, please take a cup of tea. We have a poster placed close strategical to the tea place. You can pick your cup of tea and come to the poster. Our good poster presenter is there. She will be glad to explain to you the concept that is contained in the poster. Sorry? She's from Pakistan. So let's listen to also the other story from the other side so that we can benchmark and learn from each other. Thank you very much. I want to wish you a very good evening, and we look forward to meeting you all tomorrow in the morning. As a reminder, keep these tags safely, and tomorrow you will be expected to come with them. Access to the room will be based on the tags that you have. So keep it, and you will be allowed to come in with your tag. Thank you very much. Let's have a nice evening and a nice interaction.